Yes, ma'am, here.
Randall Gearhart,
Here.
James Wilkie, Jennifer Priscilla's here, Olivia Carrasco,
I'm here.
and Monique Princess.
I'm here.
There with me, Princess, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next item on the agenda is the prayer and the pledge.
Okay. Bow our heads. Heavenly Father, Lord, we just thank you for this day, Lord. We just ask that you be with those who could be with us today, Lord. We ask that you heal the hurts, Lord, that you just take care of those across our community, that you to provide a hedge of protection, Lord, that those that are traveling to and from our schools, that they open up as we get there safely and get home safely, Lord. We just praise you for all the many ways that you continue to look after us. We just ask that your guidance and your blessing through this meeting. Just name I pray. Amen. Let's go and stand for.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Have any public comments? Okay. And then, item number 5 is trustee workshops. Item 5.1 is budget workshop.
Yeah, trustees, I call our CFO Judy Burns to the podium this time. You also have both the budget workshop and goal setting workshop slide decks in your big packet. So if you want to take notes and follow along that way, feel free to do so. Over to Judy.
Is it okay if I just stand?
Sure.
Okay. I'd like to take a great big thank you to Roland for putting me first this year. For the last few years, I've been at the end, and if y'all don't realize it, by then, I'm tuckered out. And so, and y'all have gotten so much good information, it was like overload, so thank you, Roland, for letting me go first. I think he felt sorry for the older lady anyway, but just to kind of get started on this, the budget is, y'all have to approve every year, and that's the law of the TEA. And you have to approve 4 budgets: the general operating, the child nutrition, construction if we have construction, and debt service. For this meeting, we're only going to talk a whole lot about the general operating, because child nutrition is basically self-sustaining. Debt service, you know what you have to pay, and construction is for the projects that we're in. So, and that little information right here kind of gives you the 4 different accounts that you all have to adopt in August. And as we all know, as we love the state of Texas, sometimes the bucket is not full. So what happens, the state determines the school district needs and what local dollars fill that bucket. And then if it's not enough money, then they fill it with state dollars needed. And if they think we're okay, then no state dollars needed. So a lot of this funding, especially for the general operating, is controlled by the state of Texas. And so, as always, we don't get exactly what we really want and need, so we make do like a lot of school districts. And so now we're going to talk about the general operating budget. And the following that I'm going to give you, I'm going to do a disclaimer. They're estimated revenues and estimated expenditures of the proposed general operating budget for 25-26. We haven't firmed up the numbers. We feel pretty good with everything, but we're still hiring staff. We're still figuring out what pay grade they're going to be on, if they are part of House Bill 2 or if they're not part of House Bill 2. So there's some flexibility that we have to have right now in order to finish the budget. But I feel like we're in a good spot. We just have to make sure we have everybody in line. And as you all know, and this one thing is I'm so thankful for, is that we are fiscal year September 1 to August 31st. I do not know how the districts can do a budget July 1st to June, when a lot of the times they have to depend on the legislature. So And we all know, in which a lot of our taxpayers cannot understand, that as we grow and we get more tax revenue, more property value, our state share decreases. So a lot of our people out there, our taxpayers, think, oh, look at all this building you're doing. Well, yes, it's great, and we get students, but the state takes it away from us. So that's their way of funding school districts. And this is the same kind of little graph, kind of showed you how to go up, how to go out. And it does show that we did increase, or the state gave us a whopping $55 more in ADA, which is not nearly enough, but we're grateful for whatever, because we have to be grateful, but it's not nearly enough. It doesn't give us the flexibility that we need. It kind of limits us on what can happen and who can get what kind of raise. So then you all know that we kind of have, from our taxes, we have two buckets. One bucket goes into general operating, one bucket goes into debt service fund to pay our bonds back. And you'll all know that we passed a bond back in November. And really, the debt service bond bucket, we pretty know what we have to get. And we can kind of maintain what we need in there. With the general operating fund bucket, the state really controls what we tax. They make us do a maximum compression rate based on our property values, and then they'll say, okay, you're gonna go down to this number. Well, luckily, this year, we were able to stay pretty close to where we were this year. At first, I thought we might be going down to like the 0.58 cents instead of the 0.6160. And you'll say, but Judy, I see 0.669, you said 0.6160. Well, we get 5 pennies, because years ago, the board was gracious enough to all vote for the 5 pennies, the 5 golden pennies, which did not have to go to our voters. So we have those 5 pennies. So that's the reason why our M&O is 0.6669. And last year we were able to, well, for a number of years, the goal was, let's keep our INS tax rate as low as we can, because we know we're gonna have bonds to build. We want our taxpayers to trust us with their money, that we don't want to have a surplus in debt service, because you can only spend it on debt service. But this year, we're gonna have to go up. And the reason why we're gonna have to go up is because we're paying a 2.7 million more in bond payments next year. So that has to come from the taxpayers. But when we did the bond sales, we told them that, hey, this is what it's gonna be. And we wanted to make sure that we didn't go above 5 cents. So we're like 0.495, something like that. But you'll see the M&O is 0.7169, which is including, hopefully, a Vader that is passed for 5 cents. So if the voters, now the voters have to vote for this one. We can't just automatically do it by the school board. So the voters have to go and vote for this, which they didn't do last in November. But it was very close in a very election that was very volatile. So in 25-26, our tax rate, because of the debt service and because of the Vader, is probably gonna go up 10 cents. And you say, well, 10 cents. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel because of the fact we're gonna get a homestead exemption going 140,000, and that will almost negate the going up 10 cents. So maintenance and operation rate, we're gonna ask for 0.7169. Interest and sinking, we're gonna ask for 0.2660, and there will be a total of 0.9819 for both INS and local. Now this is if the Vader passes. this year, our bond payment goes down 2 million, unless we start selling more of those bonds sooner for the high school project. And I looked today, and we will continue to be one of the lowest school tax rates in Fair County. Looks like now, Alamo Heights will be the lowest, will be the second. So, they're unique there, you know, very unique, because what they don't get from the state, all they have to do is ask their taxpayers, and they're doing all kind of fundraising and stuff.
Yeah, and 60, I think they're a little over 60% of their local tax revenue gets recaptured and sent back
Yeah,
to be redistributed to probably quote-unquote poor
Yeah.
districts.
yeah, it's not bad to be in Alamo Heights, yes, they have to send money back, but they have a community that really supports and puts a lot of money into their programs. And I know that for a fact, because I had a friend who worked here at Harmony, and then she went to Alamo Heights Elementary, and she called me, she says, Judy, we had a fundraiser. I said, well, that's nice, and she said, we raised $100,000. She said, I was so happy when we got $3,000 at Harmony, I didn't know what to say. But when you have Steve Curry donating 5 days of basketball training with him, you have the edge, so anyway. But one thing y'all need to know is we have a lot of accounts that are not paying anything in taxes. They're at zero, they're frozen, they're over 65, the value of their house, and with the 140, they'll pay zero. So, last year we had around 3,335, which paid zero taxes. Some of my family was in there, but I was not. And then we have 1704 accounts, which the value is zero because of what their value is. I just got the new report for this year today, but he said there were some overlapping accounts. So I didn't want to give y'all that and say, hey, we've got 6,000 accounts when we don't have 6,000 accounts. So we're going to work on taking out the overlapping ones. But I just wanted to let you know that we have a lot of our taxpayers who do not pay. Do y'all have any questions or anything on this? Okay. So I think one thing everybody always wants to know is, what's it going to cost me? So I did a little chart, and I said, okay, the big thing here is the 140,000. So if you look at that chart, or the charts you have, you would realize that even if we go up to by the 10 cents, there are not going to hardly have to pay anything. In fact, some of them where their value is 200,000 and the 140, they're going to be much less that they're paying. Now, if they have a home that's 400,000, they might be paying a little bit more, but it's not that much. It's reasonable. You know, it's not $500, $600 or so forth. It depends on what the value of your home. But we all know that the value of East Central homes range between 200,000 to 300,000. So, you know, most of those people have the opportunity that their tax rate is going to go down because of the 140,000 homestead exemption, even if we go up 10 cents for the payer and 5 cents for debt service. So, okay, now, I was really surprised about this. This is our property tax appraisal values for the last 4 years. And 25, 26, it looks like we almost stayed the same. And it's because of that 140,000. So that, I was really surprised. I thought we would be higher because, as you can see, every time you go somewhere, you see something new being built. But right now, our value that they certified is $8,945,996. So we're going up, but not near as high as I thought we would. Now, feel free anytime y'all want to ask a question, just ask. Okay. One reason why it's taken us a little bit longer to do the salary schedule is because of House Bill 2 and all the changes that they had with House Bill 2, especially on the salaries for teachers and non-eligible teachers. And so, we attended a lot of webinars to see who's eligible and who's not. And one of the things that we have found out is that if you're 0, 1, or 2, you don't count for anything. You're not gonna get a raise from the state. If you give a raise, which we're gonna give something, that's not gonna come from the state. If you're 3 and 4 years, you're gonna get $2,500 annually, and if you're 5 years or more, you're gonna get $5,000. But it's $5,000, that's it, they're gonna give you. So if you are a teacher who works 226 days, you're gonna get 5,000, just like the teacher who works 187 days. Because that's all the state is gonna give us, is the 5,000. How they're gonna give us that is PEEMS. Allison will love this.
Well, you want me to finish this? I know all that.
You do. And, you know, they have to be coded with the roll ID of 087. That's gonna make some people not happy, because we have some people who we cannot code to 087 because that's not their job. Athletic trainers, they're not eligible. Speech are not eligible. LSSPs are not eligible. Your nurses, your librarians, the other staff that might be on our teacher salary schedule, who's always been on that salary schedule, who's always benefited from whatever raise we got, they will not benefit from that. Our academic facilitators, our special ed facilitators, and I put the whole list of who qualifies and who doesn't qualify. TEA is going to end, it's going to be crucial when we do our fall PEEMS, that we have to identify the teachers to the right 087 code. They also said that the teachers have to teach 4 hours a day on the average in the academic instructional period. Okay, so we might have some people, and it's maybe at the high school level. I doubt too much at the middle school. I'm not at the elementary, but they might have a department head. They might have this. They might have that, and their 4 hours might not count. But TEA is having this little carrot that says, as long as they're coded 087, they will count. So whenever we get the master schedule, we're going to take a very close look in that to see if anybody is really close to that maybe shouldn't be in there, but if they tweak it on what they do, then they could be 087. No way can athletic trainers be on there, but we're looking at just for the few that can do that. But, you know, it's going to be, to me, very disheartening to our nurses and librarians, because they work very hard, just like our speech, just like, you know, the instructional specialists, and they don't qualify. So what we're gonna have to do for this year, and probably for a number of years from now on, is we're gonna have to have 2 salary schedules. One for the ones who are eligible, and one who are for the ones who are not eligible. So if you're not eligible, because TEA gave us the money only for the 5,000 for the teachers who are eligible. And then they gave us a small allotment for other staff who were not getting a raise. They gave us $45 per ADA. Well, that only comes out to a little over 400,000. And if our raise is just for 2%, for other staff, is probably close to 900,000. So they're not even giving us enough money to give it to everybody. But I'm happy to get the 400,000 to help offset that. Which is why we're kind of really talking about why we need the VADR. So, you know, we're hoping that the board adopts the VADR
draft budget without the Vader and with the Vader, so that you can see the difference in the revenue generated. And one other thing that she'll point out here in a little bit is if the community were to support the additional 5 cents, it triggers the requirement for TEA to contribute their share. So if their share is, let's just say 40% of our total revenue, then of the $8 million roughly we would generate from that 5 cents, almost half of that is coming from TEA. So instead of that money going to other school districts, because our tax rate increased 5 pennies, it would send that money back to us, and that's in perpetuity, so we get it every year. So that allows us then to build a budget with that additional revenue that prioritizes, staff salaries, among some other things. So tonight, we're just gonna show the difference. We're going to propose that the board considers, when we bring the final budget for approval at the regular meeting in August, or our next meeting, let's just say, that the board adopts that budget potentially with that Vader included, goes to the voters in November. If it passes, you'll see that we'll have a balanced budget with the ability to build out a budget with that additional revenue to prioritize the staff. And we'll bring that to you in August on the 14th with details. But tonight, you'll see the comparison of a deficit budget without it, a little over $4 million, a balanced budget with it. And that's after taking our employees and paying them the additional 2%. So we feel like between cost of living and market competitiveness, that all of our other classes of the grades of employees it doesn't justify 2% raise, it justifies a 4% raise, but we can only give 2% now. Judy said we have a little over $400,000 from the state. That 2% is costing us closer to $900,000, so money we're not getting from the state. But with the Vader passing, not only can we afford the delta there, we can also take that 2% payment and give our employees in January a separate check equal to that amount, effectively giving them a 4% increase. And then we would add that as permanent salary going forward since the Vader passed. And why we want to do it that way is because last November, we adopted a budget with salary increases that we all agreed were appropriate, and the Vader didn't pass. So you have to back that revenue out of the budget, and now you still owe your employees those raises that you no longer have the revenue to afford.
So it did not pass last
It did
time
not
before
pass
I was here.
last November. And last November, if you recall, was the lowest pass rate of bonds in 20+ years. There was only one Vader that passed in the state of Texas. It was also packaged with a bond, and we had 4 propositions, a Vader and 3 bond propositions, and none of those passed. The Vader was the closest of the 4 to passing. And so we believe that if we can just spend time educating the community about all things school finance and our financial position and how we've been good stewards, but also what we can do with this additional revenue and how this additional tax increase with the $140 homestead exemption is actually not really an increase. That if we think that, and building out a budget for what we would do with that revenue that prioritizes recruiting, retaining, and adequately compensating the highest quality staff from classrooms to every department across the system. So we think that in an off-cycle election, it would also, which is less volatile politically, right? Folks would be receptive to the education about what the facts are.
And let me add this too, the Vader we're only able to put it on the ballot every November.
Only in November, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why we didn't do it in May, after it failed in November. You can only do it in November. So if we don't get it done this November, we can't visit it again until the following November, which puts us at risk because we don't know what the legislature's gonna do. And there was plenty of language, or discourse about bills that could change requirements like supermajorities required for passing and affecting your ability to go out for certain levels of debt, depending on your financial position and many other things, uniform election days. So there's just a lot of activity that could make it much more unlikely that we'd be able to do this in the future. And right now with the $100,000 homestead exemption jumping to 140, you'll start to see activity in the media about 70% plus of districts across the state, of the 1,200 districts are going to be adopting deficit budgets. So this is all because of the mechanisms of state finance, not necessarily districts' lack of stewardship, right? And you'll also see in the area and across the state, a large percentage of school districts going to voters for tax ratification elections. So unlike last November where we were one of the few in the area, this is going to be a circumstance where everybody's in the same position. And so I think from an optimistic view that the general taxpayer will at least be willing to consider, understanding that this is not our local school district and school board doing something that is fiscally irresponsible or mismanaging the resources we've had over time, that this is just the condition of public education funding in our state, which is why, again, you'll see 70% plus in the same circumstance, Vaders, more common than not. But in our particular case, still staying at 18 of 19, only higher than Alamo Heights in terms of the lowest tax rate, and continuing to have, I think we're 23 years into superior ratings in the first ratings. Again, as you'll see here, this is starting to be threatened because of our current financial position. All the ESSER dollars going away a couple of years ago. We're in a position where without this Vader and without the legislature doing something in the future, financial solvency is going to become very difficult without massive action on the district's part to do some things that we don't want to do, which is reducing staff, which increases class sizes and does a lot of things that don't optimize teaching and learning environments that we fought so hard to create. So I said a lot, but just know that those are the conversations we're going to all have together and feel comfortable with as we begin to engage the community potentially in August. So we'll unpack more of what I just said. We have an August 14th tentative date, and we'll let you guys discuss if that date works for you guys, time and location. But in that meeting, this is all we'll discuss, is the really fine details about Vader, the really fine details about that revenue and what we would be doing with that revenue and the tax impact and all the things. We'll have a short slide deck presentation that we think helps to educate everybody that is familiar with school finance and that isn't. It can really make that complex mechanism easier to understand to the lay citizen, and that we would all feel confident using it to help educate our friends, neighbors, family, et cetera, because it's going to take all of us helping everybody to understand. Because it's a difficult time. Vouchers are going to play a big role in affecting us immediately, but in a compounding way in the near future. Yes, sir. So again, another reason why this 5 cents, and keep in mind, I mean, there are 17 more cents we could go for. There are districts around us who have all of them, and so they've maxed out their revenue, and they represent the small, under 30% of districts that aren't adopting a deficit budget because they've already maxed out all the pennies they took to their voters years ago. But our board, you and your predecessors have said, we only want just enough, and we're not going to tax our citizens. We're going to be operationally efficient, good stewards, ultra conservative, and we did the right thing for generations. And now we look up and everybody around us has the maximum number of pennies on their M&O side in a time that we never thought would happen. And here we are with the lowest tax rate because we've been really good stewards for generations. And now we're being punished, quite frankly. So that's kind of that's our position. So again, more to come. We'll unpack it, make sure you all feel really good about it. August 14th, and really talk about the mechanics and feel confident that it's the right thing to do and that the data sources are reliable and that we feel like we can talk to our friends, neighbors, families in the community and help them understand what we're asking for.
A little bit I understood already. I already convinced 3 neighbors in November. I said, you gotta vote. It's called Vader. I need your vote. Okay, David.
You might ask,
As you were saying, and just to echo this, we have a history, and we know our history better than anybody knows our history. And other people will follow that and see that we're good stewards and all of this. people vote or not vote on various things, and we've had those discussions before. But I think, people that are watching things that just generally and at large know that there's just stuff that's just, I'll just say unspeakable. But we always have to do the right thing, and we have to consider what it really would have literally cost us had we not made that move. We have to look at cost more than dollars and cents.
That's right.
So we want to balance, absolutely. Does Texas have their budget balance? So I'm just saying, and we still will be good stewards, but we always have to consider our actions, feel good about what we did, knowing you should do the right thing, and push forward. But education is key, and helping our people, even if you had to twist their arms and make them vote for something. However we do that, to get people to be on board and feel good about that, then again, it's all of our responsibility.
You know, like Mr. Tiscala was saying, we could go up to 12 cents instead of 5. And you might say, well, why are you just doing 5? Well, if we go too high up and our values go up, the state wants that money back. And the last thing that we feel like we should do is collect this money from our taxpayers and say, oh, we gotta send it back to the
You
state.
gotta send some of it back. So
Yeah.
we see 5 cents as safe, that
Yeah.
revenue would stay here even with our increasing values over time. So we feel like that's just the responsible thing to do. Again, asking for adequacy.
Right.
That's it. This is just what we need, bare bones, without excess and without the possibility of having to send any of that money back to the state because we've exceeded our bucket, right?
I think that's what the battle cry, if you will, is to the public, right, is to share that we're doing bare bones, we're not going for ultra extra, we just want to make it fair.
For our kids, for our staff.
And if the 12 cents would pass, and you'd say, oh, we only need 7, no, we got taxed at 12 cents, so you don't have a choice, so that's the reason why. So I've gone over some of these, but the one I just put up there is the enrollment projections for next year. These are just projections. 12,392 students. Average daily attendance is, I'm thinking it's gonna be 11,462. And
Just for a second, one thing the board's gonna talk a lot about as you start talking more about advocacy. We're still funded by attendance versus enrollment. So we have potentially 12,392 kids who are enrolled, and we are responsible for and accountable for their success. All 12,392, even those that aren't coming because of all kinds of reasons, to include trauma and all the things. Those kids who aren't coming to school, we're still responsible for. We have to pour additional investments, support, resources, people, time, and money into getting them where they need to be. But we're only funded for our average attendance at snapshot points in time, which we're expected to be 92.5%. Because we got up to 92 this year, which was a percentage point increase, which is substantial. But we're only funded at 92% this year of what we need, because we're not funded by enrollment. We're one of 4 states, I think, 4 or 5 states in the United States who aren't funded by enrollment, we're funded by attendance. So from an advocacy standpoint, I think this body will definitely want to prioritize that among their short list of priorities when you guys start talking advocacy. So I just wanted to point that out.
in 24, 25, the Peen summer said, submission said we were at 92.2, so we went up just a little bit. And it says overall increase of 2% in compensation and salary adjustments for staff not eligible for House Bill 2, teachers. I have to read it here. I can't
Yeah, if
see
the
it.
Vader passes, staff who did not qualify for the raises funded by the state
Yeah,
will get that additional 2% payment in January to effectively give them a 4% increase instead of 2. So keep in mind, the ones that were eligible got 2,500 or 5,000. So they're covered. January, Vader passes, in January, that doesn't affect them. They're already whole. This is just for the ones that you get a 2% raise to, which was $900-something thousand, we only got 400 something from the state. Vader passes, we can cover that delta, plus give every one of those employees in another one-time check that additional 2%. And then put that into their
Next year's check.
their salary as, you've got a 4% raise, and you continue, that's your new baseline
Right, right.
for next year, does that make sense?
Right.
So in effect, we wanna give 4% raise, 2% now, 2% contingent, so we don't make the same mistake we made
If
last
we
time.
can increase that, 92.5, Shane, needs to increase that.
That's right, shine that light on it.
I told him if he could get to 95, I'd do a jig on Sulphur Springs.
We're holding you to it, we're holding you to it.
So anyway, so that's what I'm counting on you, Shane.
And a quick question, for context, I think, and information too. So the teacher raise that we're getting from the state, is that a one-time?
No.
And then or it's a continuous?
It's continuation until the legislature changes something.
Right. Okay.
So we know for the next 2 years it'll happen, and who knows when the legislature starts again, if they'll redo something on that.
And I say that statement because there is some non-funded mandates that the state throws on us, and they say you have to do it, they'll give you maybe a token to do that, but then you're responsible for the rest.
You're on the rest of the money.
No, they're
They get the
notorious.
votes, and then
Yeah.
they'll let you handle
And
it.
that's you good. Judy, I have a quick question. That is a straight 2% based on their current salary or midpoint?
It's 2% on people who are pay grades that have midpoint. The
Okay.
teachers do not have a midpoint.
Right.
So it's a 2% raise based on what they received last year.
Okay, last year, okay, previous
So
year,
for
okay.
teachers, it comes out to about a $1,300 a year raise. That's an average.
That's for the ones that
Ones that are
don't
not
qualify.
eligible.
You go to 2 years,
Yeah.
or those that aren't
Yes.
087, teaching kids 4 hours a day.
Okay.
And what was really good is our budget stewards really stepped up to the plate. Certain budget stewards took a 10% budget reduction in their 25-26 budgets. Some, we knew they couldn't take that reduction, but the ones that could, they made it work. So
That's 2 years
very
in a row,
proud
by
of
the way.
them.
For 2 years in a row, 10%, 10% again.
And our property insurance, as y'all all know, it went up last year quite a bit, and now this year it went up again by
We went
23%.
up 47% last year and almost 23% this year.
Okay, if we have the favor, we could receive in revenue $133 million. Our expenditures would be $133 million. So we would be a balanced budget for 25-26. Without the Vader, our revenue would go down to $126,068. Our expenditures would go down to $130,727,080. And we would have a possible deficit of $4.6 million. Possible increase, just to have the numbers, for the state and taxes, $7.5 million we would get if the Vader would pass.
7 million over,
If, over what we would get if the Vader didn't pass. The salary package, we already talked about. Starting pay for teachers stayed at 58.5, even if they're eligible or not, but they're not eligible, so they get that. Qualifying teachers, like I said, 3 to 4 years, get 2,500, and teachers with 5 or more years will see a $5,000 salary increase. If they're off of our salary schedule, they'll still get $5,000. Staff not eligible for House Bill 2 are paid on the teacher's salary schedule, receive an average of 2% increase in salary, and that comes out to $1,333 as an average. Paraprofessionals and auxiliary receive a 2% increase based on midpoint, and no employee will make less than $15 an hour. Exempt auxiliary also will get 2% midpoint increase, bus drivers, one thing that was really good for the district is we went last year and started paying not by the route, but by the hour. And so their step raise that they will get covers 2%. So if they were making $20 last year, they'll make $20.50, and that 50 cents covers the 2% we said they would get. Administrative staff, 2% of midpoint. And we're still gonna do the attendance incentives. That has worked out really well. We paid out $666,000 to our employees on attendance incentives, and this attendance incentives I'm talking about is teachers and paraprofessionals instructional. And we lowered our cost with ESS, our contracting company. So that kind of was a really good exchange, plus these teachers were in the classroom.
Just a question, Judy, on that 666, freaking low, keep that number anyway, that attributed to the deficit that we're incurring, did it not?
Yeah, it would, but it was well worth it to have that program.
Yeah, so a couple of things on that. One is the strategy was to not increase sub pay. So there was a couple of years back, coming off the edge of COVID, we started to see districts increasing sub pay over $200. In some cases, $240, $260 a day. We stayed where we were at, and we said, let's implement this instead of putting $300,000 or $400,000 extra dollars into paying subs, and let's incentivize our people to be in the classroom with our kids, because no matter how good a sub is, they can't be replaced, right? What ended up happening this year is we paid out more in incentives, meaning we had more teachers here more of the time, more instructional peers here more of the time. Our sub costs went down. So while it is definitely an expenditure of $666,000, and I can't give you to the dollar a comparison, but we think that $666,000, instead of part of that going to additional substitutes and part of that being sub cost and additional subs, we think that's a wash, essentially.
Okay.
And that our
That was my
teachers,
next question.
in some cases, made an extra $3,000.
All right.
We were very pleased to see all the teachers and instructional parents who got that, because it was quite a bit of an increase from the.
Sure.
So put another way, if we get to a place where we really gotta start nipping and pruning, even if we cut this out, we think we'll end up paying subs more and we're gonna cut 666 and then pay 600 over here, you know, so this is not an area that we're gonna gain and have less quality in the classroom and less revenue teachers and instructional parents gonna earn.
It's coming out,
Yeah.
basically, might as well pay that.
Basically, might as
So,
well.
I don't know if that granular, but I'm sure you can see, as this incentive, your teachers are in the classroom more of the time, your kids' scores are going higher.
Just as an example, you know, we did the ACE, deployed it at Legacy, meaning we reconstituted the staff. The first criteria they had to meet was 95% attendance or better. Now, if they did not meet that, we looked at all forms of data, because if there was a teacher who didn't meet 95%, but they had high achieving students, then we would consider whether they would be a candidate to get reemployed. What was the correlation between low attendance and student growth? If they did not meet the 95%, did we have any teachers who actually had meet the growth goal?
No.
So to your point, the data is super clear. When teachers are here, the correlation for student impact is, and when they're not here, they don't grow. So solid investment is what it's starting to show.
Now, when,
Or verify.
we bring for y'all to adopt this salary schedule for 25-26 at the August 14th meeting, all of this will be in there, so you'll know that. We didn't hardly change stipend amounts, we just clarified, the dual credit compensation. We did some of the resident host teachers.
So for dual credit, what we're doing there is one of the things we want to do is build the number of students earning college credit in high school. So that our adjunct professors who are our teachers, basically whatever the university gives us as compensation for having our own adjunct, we're gonna pay that as compensation to the instructor. Previous to that, we had basically if you teach one section, you get this, 2 sections, you get that, 3 sections, you get that, but none of that added up to what we would receive from the university. So now we're passing that straight on to the instructor. So there's an opportunity for our dual credit adjunct teachers to earn quite a bit more money in stipend dollars for doing that.
And that'll all be in the.
And incentivize more teachers to pursue that adjunct credential. All that's
Yeah.
correct, correct?
Our TIA, we paid out about $209,000 to 23 teachers, and for 25-26, we're hoping that we'll have 40 additional teachers who will receive TIA funds.
Now, these $209 came straight from the state. That doesn't come out of our money. So we're adding 40 more potentially 40 more, we're adding more assignments. So now it's a little over 50% of our teaching assignments can qualify for this. Next year, it'll be 90% of our teaching assignments. So the hope is it will generate a whole lot more revenue from TDA that does not come from our general fund, and give us the ability to have more and more teachers making upwards of 6 figures.
So that was gonna be my question with this raised, the teachers that are on TIA will receive that.
Oh, yeah, they qualify to get that raise. Yes, sir.
But this money comes from the state.
Yeah.
And the teachers who qualify, those 22, they get it for 5 years. And they can, if they weren't master's level, they can still hit masters and get that additional level of compensation. It can only go up, can't go down for 5 years. But again, that revenue comes straight from TDA. It's not from our local revenue, it's not in our general fund. So it's definitely, it took us 5 years to get the get the accredit, or to be able to be accredited, if you will, so that we could designate teachers. So we had to validate our model. We had to calibrate our evaluations, our data had to be reliable and correlate with the evaluation, and it was validated, verified, and so now we have to resubmit every year as we expand teacher assignments. And so it was a big undertaking. We got it done, and so now we can designate our teachers to qualify for these additional funds.
Excellent. Question, I'm not sure if this is the proper forum, tell me if it's not, and no problem later on, or private or whatever, but your particular compensation, does that comes from what? General fund? Does that come from general fund?
My personal?
Yes.
Superintendent?
From the superintendent.
General fund, yes.
General funds, all general funds.
Yes.
Almost all the salaries come from general fund, unless a few of them are funded through federal programs, and mainly that's teachers and a few instructional paras, but almost everybody is funded through the general fund.
I had a question on the previous slide.
Sure.
I see that bus drivers are paid $20 an hour and couriers are 15. That's because bus drivers don't work as much hours or what?
A little bit of both. So number one, it's all job assignments are compensated based on the market for that particular role. So bus drivers, supply and demand had gotten to a place where that was what you had to compensate them at to stay competitive with market. And they only get paid for 5 hours, not 8. And so the math added up to what that salary would be to be competitive with other school district bus drivers that we would be competing for drivers
Well,
with.
this is just those three.
Yeah.
And I guess so the paras, we're comparable to other districts.
As far as we know, the last time we did a salary study, we have budgeted for a new salary study for TASB to happen in the, probably December, January area this time, to make sure we're still with market value, because things have changed, and we didn't do it last year like we normally would have because of the rate not passing. But TASB has us on the books to do a salary study for Essential to make sure that we
Yeah.
are paying market value.
Because I think what catches my eye is, you go to fast food restaurants and you see a kid working part-time, maybe $14 an hour for those, right? So that's why I'm asking, because if we're comparable, then I get it, but.
Yeah, and so to restate, we'll typically do a salary study with TASB every year, and that's what they do, a market analysis of every job, and they compare us to the market. And then they'll let us know job to job to job to job, where we're at compared to the market, and make recommendations. Listen, you this classification needs to be bumped to X, right, to be competitive. We did not do it last year because when the beta, we budgeted for it, then the beta failed, and so we looked for areas to, so we're gonna do it again this year. And because we've done them consistently over time, I would expect a few, job assignments to maybe be outside the market, but it wouldn't be substantial. So I wouldn't expect us to be far off.
No,
Right.
I see a lot of the other compensation schedules from other districts, and, we are in the hunt almost all the time. Or we are even a little bit better, in fact, some of them say, you're paying what? And so I feel good about what our salary schedule is, but I feel a lot better if it raised for our employees, that they got a better raise than.
Yeah, so if they were passing that additional 2% would be substantial.
And that will pass through to everybody,
Absolutely.
including paras and,
If the banner passes?
yeah,
Yes.
everybody.
That would be to everybody outside of the teachers who qualified for the
Correct,
state.
correct,
Yes, sir.
correct.
Everybody who got 2%, that exact amount will be replicated.
You gotta remember that Bill Miller and all those companies that are paying this 14, 15, maybe $20 an hour, their employees are part-time, they have no benefits.
Yeah.
No, I know.
So they're saving a
It's
lot of money.
total package, huh?
Yeah.
I do that out there too.
Yeah.
I know how to.
Now, what this is last year's, the 24-25 teacher salary schedule. And the reason why I had to leave this in is I can usually call in favors to all the different business managers in the other districts, and they'll tell me how much their salary schedule is gonna be. We have some tight-lipped business managers who are not gonna tell me anything. So I'm just gonna have to wait till I can talk to them again to see if they can't give me what they're saying that their board is still looking at this, so,
Well, and to be fair,
yeah.
the reason normally we would have approved this compensation piece, we've done it as early as May. You know, June for sure, just to get the word out. The House Bill 2 has been so complicated, and everybody's financial position has been so strained that our conversations at the superintendent level for months have been, how's everybody gonna strategically do this? And nobody could land on common ground because everybody's context was different. And that's just unusual. And so I think every district is having a very unique conversation like we are, and approaching compensation this year in kind of uniquely, contextually specific ways. And so for that reason, her colleagues weren't willing to say what they were thinking because it still might change when the board starts to chew it up.
Right.
Because it's just a one-of-one, and we've never experienced that before. So, you know, just, because normally they're very,
Oh,
we're
normally
all
they would-
collaborative and
yeah,
willing
we
to
text,
share.
we hear stuff,
It
you know,
didn't
they'll
happen
call,
this year.
you know, I'll see something on Facebook, and I'll text them, what the heck y'all doing? And, you know, they'll say, we're doing this or that, so, but those few, there was about 7 who were like, we can't sing, so anyway, I said, okay, I understand. So this next
Well, now,
slide.
if you go back to this last slide, I just want to remind you of something. We also, the last couple of years, have invested our compensation in terms of teachers in those with 5, 10, 15, and 20 years experience. We decided that we wouldn't equally distribute increases because we want to retain those that we've developed that are the most effective, who have got their teaching chops, right? So we're not okay, but this kind of was by design, that our first year teachers are not as competitive, but when you start to look at 5-year to 5-year across these districts, you see us start to climb the ladder. 10-year to 10-year, we climb the ladder. And that was intentionally by design the last, actually 3 budget cycles, to be honest. So I just wanted to contextualize that for you.
Okay, this one is expenditure per student, and this is based on 2024. And as you can tell, East Central is at the bottom of expenditure per student. At the top is, of course, Lackland, Fort Sam, and Randolph, the government school districts. A lot of the school districts like Southwest, Southside, Edgewood, Somerset, Hardendale, they have voted the Bayer in. So they've had the money to spend extra money to spend. But we're always kind of at the bottom, right there with Church Civil.
If that waiver passes, what's that number going to go up to?
I won't know until I see everybody else's. I'm
No,
hoping it's.
No,
ours.
what will ours go, what will ours per student this year?
Our student per spending.
So if the Vader passed, we're, you know, this past year, 9,892, for
I'd have
example.
to calculate what I
Yeah.
think it would go to, but I know it will move us up some. But, Church Civil is one of the school districts that are going to go for the full 17 cents. Yeah.
Yeah.
To their own detriment potentially.
Well,
Later on.
yes and no. I talked to the superintendent.
They're
and-
actually built out.
Yeah, they are.
So there's no new development, they're not expecting values, they're projecting values to stay flat, which is why they're taking a 17-cent Vader to their tax base.
And they have so many military in their area that do not pay taxes
Yeah.
because of all the exemptions. So, and we don't have that here.
So to answer Mr. Carrasco's question, just as a spitballing, right, it would probably bump us up 2 or 3 seats from the bottom to the point, we're just asking for adequacy,
Yeah.
just enough. It's still not gonna bump us up to the middle, even the middle of the pack, not even close.
That's some,
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. If, this kind of shows you our state of East Central. From back from 2009 to 2025-26. If the Vader does not pass, our fund balance could be very low. We will have major issues. We could be possibly around $14 million. That's not following y'all's guidelines of having 2.5 months of revenue, available. It is not following TEA's guidelines. So, we don't want to get there, and I'm gonna tell you why we don't want to get there. Well, first of all, we don't want that lower fund balance, but Moody's looks at fund balance, and we're gonna sell bonds again. And the last time I talked to them when we sold the 80,000, they're very concerned, not just on East Central, but every school district that has a deficit budget. And they said, we will keep you at an A2A for this year. If we go down again, they're gonna lower our credit rating. Do you know what that happens? That means your interest rates will go up. And, so that's very discouraging, you know, it is, it's just, so the Vader has to pass so that way we can start building up our fund balance.
And it's been 3 legislative cycles now that there's been constant conversation about all you school districts have fund balances and you act like you don't have money. You need to use your fund balances. But the problem with that is you have to have 2.5 months of operating dollars in your fund balance just to maintain credit rating. And that's TEA
And
standard for
that's,
fiscal
the board's
responsibility.
policy.
Yeah, so legislatures are saying, you need to use your rainy day fund, that's what it's for. They're not using their rainy day fund, by the way. So by design, this is structurally what's happening. Again, not a function of a lack of good stewardship, fiscal accountability and responsibility. It's structurally designed to do this. Vader passes, it will be a different story. But again, just enough.
And, okay, for the last little slide, one of the things to just say is TDA requires any school district who has a deficit budget to have a 60-day expenses on hand. We won't make 60 days with that 14,000, which is gonna, 14 million, which is gonna put an issue with TDA. So we have to get the Vader to pass, plus the
she's referring to is if your fund balance
Yeah.
increases, that's one of the criteria in the first rating among the 15 criteria.
Yeah.
So you can do everything perfect, but if your fund balance is going down, you're not gonna get that superior rating potential. So again, by design, we're potentially being set up.
And one of the things that I think speaks highly of East Central is our administrative cost ratio, which is 0.0864 for a district our size. That's well below the TA standard of 0.1250. This reflects the proportion of East Central spending allocated to administrative functions compared to spending on instruction. So that clearly states that we spend our money on our kids, not the offices at the central office or at the schools. So that's a very good rating to have.
That's great information to hear, because to the uneducated, said it nicely, all they see is, well, y'all are so top heavy.
And we're not.
And we're definitely not.
Yeah.
This is good numbers. Thank you.
Do you all have any other questions or anything? This concludes, and this is not the final 25-26 budget. Y'all have that on August the 14th. And the reason the 14th has to be done is so y'all can vote on the mayor. And we're still finalizing revenue and expenditure estimates. And the proposed budget and tax rate for 25-26 will be at the August 14th meeting.
Judy, I have a question. How does our administrative cost budget compare to other districts?
I don't
that
go
you have
back.
on that list?
I don't go back to other school districts because you can only see yours and Teal. I can't see Judson's, I can't see some of those other ones.
But the standard is 12.5% of your budget,
Yeah,
or under 9%.
yeah.
Under 9%.
So that concludes mine, and I'm still awake and
And you got to go first.
We're just getting started.
Thank you, Roland, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you. Y'all have any questions? All right.
All right, so we're gonna jump into the goal setting, part of the workshop. And the goal setting part of the workshop is gonna be broken into two parts. The first part is, the board goals. And so we'll get into the board goals that we, had last year. And if we need to have a discussion about whether we want to adjust those in any way based on our current position. And then once the board feels like we're comfortable with the board goals, which include our North Star and our 5 milestone student outcome goals. And just for context, we had went many years as a team, where the board adopted one goal. And that goal was to create an exceptional teaching and learning environment. And then you guys would adopt that goal, and then you would say, Mr. Toscano, you and your staff make that a reality. Last year's board, coming off of ISO training, ISO is the training that boards as a team are required to do every 2 years. After really unpacking student achievement data, working with the TASB trainers, determined, we really need to have some student outcome goals. The student achievement, student outcome goals, they're written in smart ways, right? They're specific, they're measurable, they're attainable, they're time bound, all the things. And so in the workshop last year, the board really grappled with these things, these 5 student outcome goals that are really upstream. Like you achieve these things in 3rd grade, for example, these kids are in the 95th percentile for graduating on time. Like this is a huge accomplishment. So they're not just granular in that, this is nice to achieve. This is, if you do this as a system, this reflects systemic excellence, right? That's what each of those 5. And then we partnered with the System of Great Schools last year, got accepted into the cohort of System of Great Schools, and also learned about the North Star, right? That when you think about the accountability rating, you really need to think about high quality seats. Like the aspiration should be that all of your kids, or the majority of your kids, or more and more of your kids should be in A or B seats. Okay? So together, the board came up with a North Star goal and those student outcome milestones. So That's the first part of this conversation. When the board feels good about those numbers and anything else you want to consider in terms of board goals, then we'll move into the 4 priority areas, which are kind of inward facing. I talked a little bit about it at the last board meeting. That's our way of executing. It's a scope of work we do. This is under the hood work now. This is, how we make the engine work. These are the things that we do internally to make that a reality. So the approval tonight for the board is going to be the board's North Star goals and the board's student outcome goals that then tell us that's the North Star. Now, you guys make that happen. Okay? So 2 different pieces in goal setting. And I want to clarify that because the first part is a conversation. We're going to share some information, we're going to have discourse. The second part is still a conversation that's going to feel a little bit more one way. Us sharing highlights of the most important critical pieces of the work we're going to be doing this year to move the needle again. Does that make sense? Is that fair?
The only problem I have is it's gotta be tonight. I like to think things over, time to unpack it, review it, sleep on it. That's just the way I operate. So feeling a bit rushed in having
Sure.
to make a decision, when something else may come up tonight, tomorrow, over the weekend.
There's nothing in statute that requires the board to take action on actually approving. But tonight is about conversating about it, and if you get to a point where you feel good, there's an action item there.
Fair enough.
If you guys as a team decide y'all want to sit on it and bring it back on the 14th, or whenever, we can do that as well. I mean, there's nothing requiring you guys to formally adopt those goals tonight. Okay? So as you guys who were at kickoff Tuesday heard me talk about, our vision and our mission and the student experience that we expect have been clear for a long time, right? So the academically advanced and ready for whatever else they want to do once they leave 12th grade, whatever they want to do to continue their education, they are ready, willing, able, and qualified to access it without remediation. They're also employable, meaning they have some credentials to get to work, preferably in a pathway that they've taken a sequence of courses, they've had some field-based experiences, they know they're good at it, they know they're interested in it, and they know this is the start of my career, and I can enter and then continue my education, whatever that needs to look like to make a career out of it. That's our vision. That's the desired state. The mission is, what do we gotta do this year and each and every year to make that a reality? Well, it's about growth, academic achievement, academic growth. That's about making sure that the investment that our community makes in us every year yields an outcome in students that they're growing a minimum of 1 year in a year of school. But we also know that the other plus is there because when we look at when our kids enter our system, they're already multiple years behind in a high percentage of our cases. So in most cases, and at least early on in schooling, we gotta advance kids more than a year. Some kids gotta grow a year and a half, some kids gotta grow 2 or more years academically. So our mission is to know that for every individual student, where are they and where do we gotta get them, and then how do we adapt what we do to meet their needs. And if we do that well, right, then you see the envisioned student experience. That means when they leave us, right, they're confident, they're resilient, they got clarity about what they want to do, and they have self-efficacy, they believe they can do it, and they're ready to make a difference.
Well, how do that outcome, those comments right there, that outcome is determined by testing, obviously, correct? When they take those tests, those results that come up, put them into a machine, spit them out, we got some averages on grades by school, correct? Based on wholeheartedly on the STAR testing, correct?
So that would be the North Star goals. So state accountability, state testing is one piece, right? But we use a lot of other data to determine if a kid is at level as a reader and at level from a mathematic computational mind frame, right? So it's the STAR test alone doesn't give us that validation or that information as we adjust instruction. In addition to that, the STAR test doesn't tell us anything about employability. That's where our career and technology CCMR data, so it's both, right? But the North Star, ultimately the scoreboard that we have no control over, that the state of Texas has adopted, that says this is the end all be all to the general public. Here's your scarlet letter. You're all good or all bad. We know that's not true, but we've got to win there and win for the whole child, from an academic readiness and employability standpoint. So we're not just settling for a win state accountability game. That's why we have the employability piece, because we want citizen ready, jury ready, parent ready, leader ready, graduates. Pass a test, what does it predict? Well, we got an A. Yay, it's awesome, but as employers and employees, we want to work with high quality people who got skills. We got to do that in our system. So it's a guessing. Does that help?
It does.
Okay. So the North Star goal, last year, when we had this conversation, the North Star goal was to move from 7% to, I believe, 35% AB schools. We had one school that was a B, it was Oakhurst. Started last year. Of course, you know now, we've got 5 schools that are A's and B's. So we jumped to almost just under 50%, 40, a little over 40%. But along the way, we knew that was happening. So along the way, we said, stop, 35, we're gonna kill that. Like, we're already there. So we had conversations about it and determined that we wanted to really push the envelope a little bit, and we moved it to 80. The question with the North Star is, do we think 80 is too aspirational? Or do we think, and this is by 2030, or do we think 80 is just right now? Given that we went from 7 to 40% of our schools.
So,
Maybe.
small correction, if you go to the next slide, might be easier to see. We do it by the percentage of students. Does that make sense? So the schools, like you're saying, it isn't like the 40s, but.
Yeah, so I want to clarify something. SGS says they don't like the way we're doing it, because you're not giving yourself, we'll be transparent here, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
They
sir.
say by schools. We say, how many students do we have who are actually in an ABC? 32% of our kids are in an ABC, but 40-something% of our schools now are A or B. And SGS will say, TEA will say, you actually have 40-something%. You guys are setting a higher standard for yourself, which we're okay with, but I just want to qualify it. So, given that information, since we're saying 32 because we're talking about actual kids in seats, so it's enrollment based, how many kids are enrolled at Oak Crest, and what percentage of that is our total enrollment, versus we have 12 schools, how many schools of 12 are A or B? You see what I'm saying? So I guess some direction on that from you guys would be helpful. We've chosen this route, and it's a little more rigorous, but it's all to the same end. We ultimately want all our kids.
Just didn't say, all kids.
That's right. So do we think by 2030 we can hit 80% of our kids are in an actual seat, in an actual school that is an A or B? Is that too aspirational or not aspirational enough by 2030?
I've got my own thoughts. Anybody else want to go first? I'd like to see it a lot sooner. To me, that's long term. I'm not sure where 5, 6 years, last year would have been 6 years by then. Seems a bit out there. I don't know the logic behind that, but maybe that's just me and my fast-paced thinking.
Yeah.
Do it now, get it done sooner than later.
And I'll just add this for the conversation. In 10 years, we never went above 7%. In 1 year, we jumped to 32. Now, it doesn't mean that our standard now, and you heard me talk about it Tuesday, we're just getting started. This is the new normal, right? But in over a decade, we've never done what we've done in 1 year. So I only say that to say, we're pretty excited. Is now jumping from 42 to 80 sooner than the next 4 or 5 years, too aspirational, expecting too much, or is it, I'm not discounting your, maybe we say by 2028, 80%. This was the recommendation of SGS, but so too was 35% initially.
You knocked that out.
Yeah. So, and we could even say, well, you know, let's hold the line there, and if we see us tracking to have another year like this year, maybe we do want to bump that to sooner.
What do you attribute that huge increase to, Roland?
A lot of things. The number one thing is managing instruction much more consistently and reliably, and providing actual coaching and support in real time, and providing student growth information to teachers in real time. So closer to when they taught it, they assessed it, and if they didn't get it, the next day they adjust it and they customize it to the individual kid. We did that exercise better, consistently, and more reliably than we ever had before. And not as good as we're gonna do it this year and going forward.
So you had to have a staff buy into that, obviously. And they
Big
bought
time.
into it.
Now, preceding this, we've adopted some high-quality instructional materials, so that the instructional resources that we utilize are, unlike ever before, more aligned to the state's standards, which the accountability system is derived from. We previously were, like all districts, were able to use curriculum resources that you guys either developed or that you guys purchased, that you felt reflected what teachers needed in our instructional models. We decided about 3 years ago that we're gonna use what the state has endorsed. And like everything TEA does, there's carrots that go with that. So there's funding streams that flow if you adopt our materials. And our promise is that our materials are aligned to the state standards, which are where the state accountability assessments are derived from. So we did that as well. We also tightened up the way that teachers plan for instruction and internalize those materials, and how instructional leadership shows up in that, to make sure that everybody, no matter how much experience you have, has the ability to master the material and practice it before they get in front of kids, and when they're in front of kids, they're being coached. It's like, imagine a coach on the sidelines every day of practice, who can stop, hey, okay, redo it, back up, your foot's,
Right.
you had the wrong foot forward. Not 3 weeks later when we give a quiz and they go, oh God, or some sort of assessment, and now we're 3 weeks later, we need to correct along the way, the teacher who's not correcting the kids. So we got much more closer to when the teacher's delivering it, as far as helping them course correct and develop. And when the kids learn it, did they learn it or did they not? And let's make that adjustment now. The way we all grew up, we would get taught, and maybe a week or 2 or 3 later, we'd take a test. We did well or not, doesn't matter, teacher keeps going.
Yep.
Problem is, you get a lot of kids left in the dust, and we end up with mediocre.
Yeah.
We don't do that anymore. So that's what I would attribute the majority, and you'll hear a lot more from the curriculum instruction team in a little bit when we get into the things we're doing to continue to advance our position from where we are this year, and the lessons we learned this year. But it is also why we're ultra confident that now we know the way.
So, remind me, again, you said from 7 to what time?
7 to 32 if you go by number of actual students in seats. If you go by number of schools that were A or B, which was 7% of 12 schools, to now 5 of 13 schools. So 40, if you do it that way, it's 40-something%. But this way, it's 32, because it's number of kids who are enrolled in those AB schools
So,
of the total. So like to hit 80% by 2030, you would just basically say, what percentage of AB seats do we need to increase each year over year to hit 80? What's that trajectory? And, I mean, if you did quick math in your head, Jonathan, what would that be a year?
That's why
I don't do math, but I try not to. He'll work on it and he'll let us know a
Can I,
little bit.
can I share what we have?
Yeah, sure.
Write these numbers down real quick. Okay, so 2026, right now 32,
2027, right now 44. 2028, right now 56. 2029, right now 68. And then 2030, right now 80. That's the mark we're aiming for.
80?
80, yes, that's the 80%
That's
for,
where it'll start.
which that's adjustable, but that's kind
And
of.
that's kind of where I was going, because I know I shouldn't say I know, I'm guessing you're saying, you want to hit that 80, like 2026.
Or 8, or sooner than
Right,
30.
so we can, I'm comfortable with, you said 26, 80%.
End of 2027, that would be 2.5 years if
So
you count this.
we're looking at
this
32
semester.
here. We're looking at 27, so 40.
End of
So what
2027.
if we hit 60 by 27? You know, you're still moving it up, but is it obtainable?
Yes, so
Instead of 80.
yes, so that's jumping 30-something% in 1 year,
That's what I'm saying.
which, you know, we did this year, close to it this year, but is that sustainable?
That's what I'm saying. Can we find a middle ground and maybe bring it a little closer, but not all at once?
Is that sustainable?
I mean, if I'm being really honest,
Can we tell
I
us
think
how?
we went from 32 at the beginning of the year and got partway into the year and said, we're killing it, let's go to 80. And then we killed it to say, well, shoot, let's move 80 back to 28. I think is probably setting ourselves up to, I think, let's see if we can replicate what we were doing this year and continue to make this kind of crazy growth.
And it'll give us a better
And then,
picture.
because every month, we're gonna come to the board with the board goal progress update, and if 2 or 3 months in, we're seeing, hey, we're starting to see some action, we might revisit this conversation, and we might slide that 80 back to 28. Or we might say we're right on track to make the 10 or 12% growth that let's just hold the line for now. And not because we don't want that to be a stretch goal.
Sure.
It's just
We just don't want it to where it's.
remember that SMART is, it's gotta be more attainable.
Right.
Staff and everybody.
It's gotta be hard to attain.
Oh,
But it's attainable.
we're exceeding our, yeah, if you go, well, we're not gonna beat that by the end of the year, then give up.
Yeah, you get to a place where, dang, we're making 10% of growth and we're nowhere near that 35, and they just kind of cash it in.
And I will say, so like, when I have my guys, and I have a brand new guy working on a breaker, this is my experience, it's gonna take him longer, but as soon as he learns how to do it, the next breaker's gonna be a lot quicker, and he's gonna be more efficient, the next breaker. Right, so that's why, but I think we're early in, I think you guys knocked it out of the park, and we got the ingredients, but we still gotta put it all together.
That's right, that's right. And as you get to a place where you were 80% proficient on breakers, and then you're regularly 95% proficient, your goal might be 97 next year, where initially it was, let's go from 60 to 90. So there's also that. Once you go from good to being great, incremental increases are pretty substantial.
That's right.
We're not there yet, but right now we figured out the way. Now let's make sure we cement the way, right? It's institutionalized. You can take it to the bank. It ain't relying on Shane or Joette or me. It's sustainable into the future. It's a legacy work. And now we're starting to be able to predict the kind of impact we can have from 1 year to the next. 5, 10, 15%, whatever we think is the norm, given our data from the previous year. So all that to say, I think it's a healthy conversation. I think 80 is a good number to start with, but I think really moving that up sooner would be our charge. And then along the way, as we get monthly updates, we might adjust that, given the trends we're seeing.
Sure.
Because the goal of the monthly updates is to transparently reveal, man, here's what's working, and it's looking good, or man, it's just not tracking in these particular schools, and this is the levels of support we're pushing in and the adjustments we're making. And then see what happens next month.
You gave one hell of a presentation, those numbers are impressive, I mean, that's a jump. And I know that's not gonna remain.
Right.
It can't, and that's
Well,
incredible, that's off the charts.
it's also like starting a workout routine, the first 3 months, man, you get all kinds of gains and then you
Right.
plateau.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
there's that too,
But, how much more can we
Yeah.
get this year, and then the year
Just
after?
make sure that we're pushing enough.
Yeah.
Right.
But we're.
Right.
I also think there's the compounding interest of it as well. well. So what I mean by that is we notice our elementary schools did really well this past year. So as students are more on grade level or above grade level, as they get into the middle grades, you're gonna start to see middle grades exponentially grow, and the middle grades go up. Then it gets to the high school levels, and you're gonna see that as well. So the more students we have on grade level or above grade level, already challenging advanced kind of coursework early on in their secondary schooling, the better they're going to be prepared to hit these goals. I think it takes a while for that, that multiplier to begin to really ramp up, and then it'll start to go through all the systems. So I think that's the other thing to consider when they have the 12% increase every year on their current trajectory to get to 80. That's part of that is that multiplicative advancement that you can see over time.
So if we were to say 3 points, you went from 27 instead of 44, you went to 47, and so on. Does that make sense? Like, so 47, then it would,
So like if you added 3 to each of those, then what you would do is by 2030, it's not 80, it's what? 3, 6, 9, it's 90?
and maybe 3 is too high, maybe we add, just to where we see a bump in what we see now, but we're not going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we could also do that today, and then 3 months into the year, we're either trending that way, or maybe we're making growth, but it's closer to the 80 trajectory, not the 90 by 2030. And we just, again, you want our teams in our schools to be reaching for that bar,
That's right.
and it's hard to get to, but you don't want them to feel like, yeah,
There's
I'm
no way.
never gonna grab it. you know,
Agreed,
just-
and if we think that that's too high, then I'm just saying to where we see it.
Yeah.
So you're saying 80% is reaching?
Yeah, it's got it, well, yeah, because it was 30, this time last year, it was 35.
Right.
And mid-year, we shifted it to 80.
But I'm saying with all the growth that we saw from that, and that's where the 80 came from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's
I'm sorry.
the workout analogy,
I got
right?
you.
Like, we started working out, like, oh, dang, I only thought I could do 5 push-ups, I'm already doing 15.
Right.
But then a year later, I'm only at 20.
Just got that plateau.
That's right.
At some
No, I'm
point,
good.
then we have to do something to make it better again.
This is already,
Yeah.
we're just trying to.
I'm okay with steady progress and the growth. I'm not so ready to jump over a bunch of hoops or whatever, because considering, as we're asking you, what got us to this point, you listed a whole lot of things. You have to count on those other variables and all of the other things and whatever. So as far as I'm concerned, I think where we are, we're still reaching for the North Star. Steady progress.
Progress.
It does. And it says a lot of other things too, so that's
So,
where I am.
to your point on that, on the other variables that go with that, is there any data to show what the students felt about it? Were they more engaged?
We do.
Did
You want to speak
they
to that?
like, were they more interactive? Were they?
Team, our self-efficacy data and our panorama data.
I mean, I don't know if our panorama data shows it, but I know that through some of the work that they were doing in the middle schools, we had seen in the second teach, because the students were so engaged with the teachers, they started to, for a period of time, fail their assessment, so they could go back and be with those teachers again, because they had such great relationships with them.
Wow.
And so they had to say, look, we're really tracking a lot of data here, like, you need to do your best. I'll still come see you and say hi, and we'll talk and have a relationship, but, so we know that particularly the relational capacity piece was huge for our students, and they loved having that interaction with those teachers that were helping them so much.
Unfortunately, they gotta move on, so.
Yeah, and I don't know if panoramas about the data.
And I would say we've had examples of students knowing where they are academically now. They know where they are, and they know where they need to
Right,
hit.
right.
And if they don't hit the
And
mark,
they're
they're telling
excited.
parents, I should have hit
Yeah.
this and I didn't, and I'm upset about it. Like, not in a bad way,
Right, right.
but more of the ownership,
Motivation.
because we've been more data driven. So when you get kids owning it,
Yeah.
And it shifts from, why do we gotta do this,
yeah.
to what else can I do? I need more
Yeah.
practice,
Yeah.
because I should be at this level of
That's
growth.
right.
And I'm gonna get there.
That's
So there's a shift in that way,
Yeah.
as a result of the approach.
So something else happened, it wasn't just the teachers, and I'm glad they all bought in, but that kind of increased, students were bought in, you know, which is impressive.
Yeah, it's gotta be a system shift, cultural shift, so that any practitioner can thrive within, can continue to get better and be more impactful, right?
And that's the point.
It's the system, right? So using sports analogies, you just look at a high school program like Smithson Valley, why on earth, year over year over year over year over year, it's the system, not the kids. The kids and coaches thrive within the system, and you have this consistency and continuity of excellence. So we're working on system work. The way we do it, we determine now sets our teachers up for creating really high-quality learning environments and gives them the information they need to adapt their methodology for every individual student. It gives students the information they need to be able to feel confident that they can improve as a reader and as a thinker and as a writer, and they know exactly what they need to do to focus their effort. And now they see the relevance in all of the tasks that teachers are giving them. And that creates this synergy where all of a sudden, learning is happening, teachers get better, students are getting smarter, leaders are, providing the support on the right things at the right time, and everybody's still working hard, but they're working smart. We've never had a lack of people working hard. We just haven't, as a system, set people up to work really smart and intentionality. So now they're getting a return on that investment, and that's powerful. The energy you felt in the Patterson Tuesday was because people are excited. They know they're gonna go get skinned up and busted up like they do every year, but they believe that we're gonna win. So they're willing to step into the fray.
Numbers matter.
And that's where we're at.
And it's contagious.
Yes.
I like
Oh,
that.
yes, ma'am.
It just kind of permeates everything, even
Yes, it
us
does.
sitting here trying to understand all of this,
Yeah.
and trying to help.
Well, but I wanna, I mean, Joette, Shane, anybody in the room, did the North Star and these long-range goals have any effect on what we did this year?
Good. I've got a couple thoughts. So I absolutely think that the ambitious goal helped change the culture, to have high expectations, and I think that that was a really important thing, and I think you're on the right track, Mr. Santos. Looking at that chart up there on the screen, what I want to just point out is, we had 7% of our kids in '24. This year we went to 30%, and our goal next year is 32%. I think that the next 2 years are where you could push more aggressively. Does that make, like a 2% gain now, we can do more than 2%. Like what Joe had said is 2% for this next year, and then it's 12% after that, right? Because we did so much this time, I think we could have another bigger gain now. If this is helpful at all, we like to think that everything is a criterion reference. In other words, there's a standard and everybody in the state can achieve the goal. But the state doesn't work that way. The ratings are fixed, okay? So about 20% of campuses every year will get an A rating. Another 33% will get a B rating, for a total of about 53%. So up to 53%, I think we should push more aggressively, sir. Like, I think we should push more aggressively. After 53, we're gonna have to start separating ourselves from the pack. That's gonna be a harder climb.
Okay.
Does that context help then?
It does, yes,
Okay.
yes, absolutely, okay.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
oh,
Thank you. May I go to the restroom?
you sure can.
Okay, I'll be right out.
Dude, is that exciting?
Amped up here, so.
All right.
So should we do 12% this year?
Yeah.
Since you were at say 44, just bump it up.
Instead of 32 this year, let's bump that up. Bump that one up. 44.
That one is a big one.
Yeah, well, you wanna say, oh, you gotta make it relax. No, we don't want to
Yeah.
relax.
You wanna bump that, where do you wanna bump that 32 up?
Yeah.
You wanna bump that 32 up to 44, just slide all those numbers?
Yeah.
All right, so it's not 32, it's 44.
Get it cooking is still.
And then shift.
The eighties.
That's right.
There, M&M's is what it is.
Right. Yes.
Adjust the scale and use it to shift to grow it. So it's
I need a tree too.
What do you need, water?
No, I'm gonna get it.
Break time.
Yeah, I'm for a snack.
Like trying to get 100% disability bill. Once you get up to 90 or to 80 or 90, you're like, oh man, now I gotta get another 50%, something like that
Chip
too.
and M&M's.
It is something.
Get two.
Yeah.
Hey, you bet. You know, what's on Jonathan? What do you mean, they stop you? Where?
More schools, more students.
Oh, they were over there?
They were nice.
Yeah, they are.
No, well, it affects our budget, so when we emphasize that's one of the challenges at that. How many staff did we have at Judy? It was also in that budget, 50?
That's
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
open and
And
open
new staff,
and campus.
And that's because we still have the high school coming.
Yeah, that's not even including that yet, it's just the additional staff positions that we need to add for good growth.
That's a good point.
All right, Jonathan, I think we're, Mr. Santos is.
I'm back.
Back.
I think these slides look super familiar because I think I presented something almost identical in May, so I'm not gonna spend a lot of time. If you've got questions, we can slow down. I believe in May, we used for the middle one, the red one, so on the left in blue, you've got last year's status. In red, we've got this year's current status, and then yellow is the goal for next year, just like that last slide. I believe in May, when we were at the high school, I did our current status of what we were projecting, and so the numbers are not very different, and so it's very consistent. Third grade reading, you can see that we did not make a gain there, but you can see that we did bump up in third grade math there from 24 to 33%. Jumping over to fifth grade reading, that was a real strength on the chart, and we did make one of our biggest gains there, where we're getting real close to our goal for next year already. Fifth grade math, I honestly thought was gonna go up a little bit more, and it didn't go up as much as we thought there. We got our algebra goal, went from 33 to 35. You can see that one was not as big of a gain. And then we do, for college career military ready, we're looking at college readiness at the end of 11th grade. That's the one Dr. Holman talks about. We went from 11 to 17%. That one, I think she's got some great ideas. It's gonna take a little time to kind of get in to that end goal, but I think that number's gonna start shooting up rapidly once we get going.
Jonathan, is that algebra, is that high school, or is that? eighth
Great
grade?
question. That's actually the 8th graders in
Eighth grader,
algebra.
okay.
I love that question.
Okay.
And then our last one is around,
Hey, can we go back to that
Absolutely.
algebra conversation for me? Could you talk a little bit about what we're doing differently in middle school? Remind the board about the shift in instructional minutes in math
absolutely.
and ELAR. Up to this point, we're setting our kids up to all take algebra in 8th grade, but talk about 5th grade, how much time we spent in math and reading versus 6th grade, 7th grade, and what we're doing there.
Yeah, so Jen might have to help me with the exact numbers, but Jen, it's something like in 5th grade, it's like 80, about 80 minutes of instruction for math. And then they go to 6th grade and it's more like 48 minutes.
And are we teaching 6th grade math in 6th grade?
No, sir. So we have accelerated math for all 3 grade levels. So in 6th grade, not only do they have less time, but they're doing a year and a half of math. And so it's kind of a double whammy. So the redesign, what we're trying to do with that second teach is have double the amount of time, so we can teach it, and then if you didn't get it, we got that reteach time, so that we're we're getting it closer than we have at elementary to try to ensure that the kids are getting.
So it was 80 minutes of math in fifth grade, or
Yeah,
elementary,
yeah.
then it dropped to 45.
Yeah.
Now this year, how much time?
Well, it'd be double, so it'd be like going from like 48 to like 96. So
96 minutes.
putting it more in line.
So now, we're teaching a year and a half of math in sixth grade and seventh grade, and now we have double the time to do it. So when we start to see our kids matriculate to eighth grade algebra, we should start to see those numbers.
Yeah. I love it.
So we increased the time in math, but got decreased.
Yeah, we had to lean some things out. We had found that our kids in middle school are spending half their day in electives. And it was by design, because we really wanted middle years, it's a philosophy in the district for decades, for that to be an exploratory period where they start to learn a little bit about what they're interested in and good at, and, you know, all those things, which is well thought out. But the academic, you know, what you gave up academically over time was disabling kids from being able to take advantage of advanced academic coursework in high school. And then that would reduce the number of courses that they can take in career technology for employability. You're left behind. And more kids were getting left behind, so we needed to, so we rounded that out, we thinned out the number of electives they get in sixth and seventh grade. And if they're tracking by eighth grade, they're gonna get the same number of electives that they would otherwise have. And they still, I think what is it, one less high school credit in middle school?
Yeah, it's just one less.
So we were able to massage it so they didn't really lose a lot, but we were able to carve out a lot more instructional time in math and English language arts reading. And, you know, those of you who are on board know we got a little beat up for it by some middle school parents who thought we were maybe cutting some arts and stuff. But the reality of it is, you know, you can avoid criticism or you can get results.
Yeah.
But you can't do both. So we had to make some tough decisions. And then we mitigated it the best way to make sure that we weren't hurting our kids. But it's maybe perfectly imperfect, but we think that the delta is the right decision. The delta in the instructional minutes, right? So that's a huge shift in our middle school model. All three of our middle schools are going to that. And again, we had some proof of concept at Legacy. In 10 weeks, we did that first, second teach with a small group of kids. We attribute them breaking that chain of B's and getting to that C in 10 weeks with a small number of kids in that second teach model. Now we're scaling at all three middle schools. So we're expecting that, along with everything I said earlier, within that time, to really start to move these numbers.
That takes us to CCMR, so this is the number that we see using the state's definition of are you college, career, or military ready? This is the number we've been talking about where we were at 81% in 2024. Remember that that's delayed a year on the accountability reports, so that shows up in the 2023 accountability. So this year, our best numbers right now are 96% from this year. But that won't show up until next year's accountability report. And then our goal for CCMR readiness there is to go up to 98% going forward. And a lot of these you're going to hear a lot about. We'll get the strategy on the page, and we're talking about how we're achieving our goals. So you'll hear about the middle school redesign. You're going to hear more about a bunch of things. So this slide is an attempt to just show the goals, like we just talked about, going up over time to that 100%.
Now, yeah, the important part here is to continue the same conversation we had about the North Star goal. Is 100% by 2030 realistic? And I'm only bringing that up because our philosophy is all moves on, right? TEA is telling us, okay, we love y'all's fire. But maybe you want to look at that and not have the bar so high that your people are going to make big gains but never hit the goal in any given year. I'm not saying that we consider moving that today. I just think that we need to be open-minded about those monthly board goal updates and how we're trending. And if we do need to make a little bit of an adjustment along the way that gives a more adequate stretch where it's still going to be really hard to hit, that we can push that down to our campuses to say, okay, we adjusted the goal. You're still far from it, but with a few adjustments, you might be able to make it. Versus, it don't matter what you do. you're not dunking on a 12-foot rim. So it just, we've been getting a lot of heat from TEA, saying, again, we love it, you guys are doing the right things, the right way, all the things, right? But man, you guys are really aspirational in an almost idealistic way.
Like, no district is gonna achieve, any row on there in a year, right? Like nobody currently is achieving
Yeah.
at 100% on that.
So it's almost like we expect us chasing that 100% always.
Right.
And whatever we gotta do to get there. But the problem is, we turn this around to our campuses and it gets down to the teacher level. And we're saying, this is what you gotta do, right? So coach wants to win the state championship, coach needs everybody to bench press 400. That's what we're doing, by God. And then he pushes it down to the players and the coaches, and then, 5 of the kids are benching 400 out of 100. At what point does it become discouraging?
Right.
That's all I'm saying. So I think we should probably have a little discussion about that.
The meets grade level, so there are 3 levels to the STAR testing, so approaches is the first level, and that's considered passing, so you consider that you pass the test at the approaches level. The meets is the middle level of the 3. And so their full language is the meets grade level expectations, but that is actually, much higher than passing the test. And then that last level is a master's level, where there's, a much smaller percentage.
Yeah, so all of those down to 8th grade are the meets level.
Right.
It's not just pass, it's more than pass. The only thing it's not is masters, which would be college ready. Already.
Right.
So just for context, this is the meets level we're aspiring for.
Going?
Yeah, so, yeah.
So that, I think this is in kind of modeling out what those goals would look like.
So if we're gonna hit 100% by 2030, this is now look at each one of those and what we gotta increase to. So just as a, for example, in 3rd grade math, or 3rd grade reading, we gotta go from 35 to 76, just to stay on the trajectory to 100 by 2030. We gotta go in 3rd grade math from 24 to 73 this year, to get back on that trajectory to 100. So that's why TA is like, okay, yeah.
And to throw this in too, in the special session that we're having now, there's already talks about changing up the way to start there too, so this could be.
It could, our position is gonna be, we're still gonna, right? Because that's like the wind, right? STAR goes away, now we've got some through year, beginning, middle, and end year assessment, and it's different, and it's criterion based, and this one currently is a different kind of criteria, it's nationally norm reference, this one's not, whatever, we're gonna dominate it. But we gotta set some goals that make our people chase the rabbit with a possibility they can catch it.
So those are samples for like what it would look like as a 3-year out goal, right? Like a longer term.
Well, but, yes, but I think, like, if we modeled it out right now, let's say 80% in 2030, just to play, what does it do to this year? Because right now, it's 35 to 76. If we say 80 instead of 100, it's 35 to what? And do we get a little closer to a 10-foot rim instead of 12?
You're still bringing up.
Oh,
majority of
oh,
kids.
goodness,
Yeah.
to the meat,
Yes.
not just past the test,
But pass.
beyond that, huge.
But I think I get it compared to all the way up there. I mean, these are word goals from last year.
Now, keep in mind, you see the results this year.
Yeah.
This work, this group did student services this time last year. Shine the light on where we gotta go that we never strived for before.
Yeah.
Changed everything. Culture shift. By necessity, because y'all set the direction. Y'all gave us the marching orders we never had before. Being honest. we'll play it out. And again, y'all, when we get to that action item, you don't have to approve it, we can bring it back with the rework numbers and see if you guys feel good about that. And then you can adopt it.
Excellent.
So we don't have to do it tonight.
Yeah, I think,
But your direction is now clear that we can massage them and bring it back.
I like that.
Okay. All right, so that's there's a couple of items, and maybe we don't talk about it today, but I think the legislative advocacy, you mentioned that in the last board meeting, and I didn't know if the board wanted to have goals for that, or maybe for a different conversation, since we're talking about academic goals and North Star goals, but just, I know that's something you mentioned, and it might be something that the team wants to talk about, and maybe do pathways training that you guys will be doing together. We want to really start talking about how we want to formally organize as a body to get tighter around legislative priorities and advocacy as a board.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that. I think it's important. I think it would help with all the other going in the ingredients into the soup. But yeah, we can put this back.
Okay, I'll tell the Civic Solutions folks who are going to be working with us all year, 4 quarters, will be training. That first one in September 4th, that full day training.
Right.
They're facilitating learning as a board. It's governance work. Advocacy is going to fall into that. Superintendent evaluation will fall into that. Goal setting, they'll kind of give us some direction on what things we're doing really nice, where there's some opportunities to adjust based on the governance model that TEA says is the standard, right? So,
I didn't get a chance to tell you, Randall, it's cool.
yeah,
Everybody was
I
able
think that day
to-
works for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that day works for everybody. All right, thank you, John.
Appreciate it, thank you.
So I think we're gonna transition to the next phase, right? So
Yeah, so Mo, the 6.1,
Oh, okay,
when we get to that in a little bit, y'all need to table that.
okay,
So we can bring it back with the updated numbers.
okay.
6-1, okay.
So just FYI.
Okay.
So we're gonna continue on with the goal setting workshop, but it's now the highlights of the things that we're going to do to execute. So this is just us kind of showcasing some things and letting you know, giving you some insight into the things we've learned from last year that we're gonna continue to build upon this year in each of the 4 priority areas. And just by way of reminder, priority 1 is teach all things teaching and learning, which includes student behavior and all attendance. 2 is recruitment, retention of high quality staff. 3 is community engagement and strategic partnerships. And then 4 is all things financial responsibility, which we'll probably not spend too much more time on since we had the big budget workshop today. But really what I want to emphasize the most today is priority 1, but we'll definitely touch on 2 and 3. All right, thanks, John.
Okay, so priority 1, the first that we talked about is student attendance. Obviously, we know students got to be in school to learn. There's a lot that's impacted by that. We did see an increase this year from the previous year, which we do think is also part of the reason why we've been able to see some positive gains, momentum there. In 23-24, our average daily attendance was 91.4. Last year, we increased to 92.15. I haven't seen the other district's numbers yet, but according to our director of student services and the meeting they're at, we are much higher than many of the other districts that are around the surrounding area, which shows some good things. Which for us increased an ADA of $622,000 that we were able to bring back to the district. Of course, our goal is to get to 94%, working with Judy and her office. The impact to that, to the bottom line of the budget, would be a $1.2 million increase into our basic allotment, which would go a long way, obviously, to helping to support some of those long-range achievement goals that we have. So one of our first strategies that we talked about, and something that we felt like was a huge success this past year, was shifting to a platform called Talking Points, which is a 2-way communication tool that our campuses have access to. And it does text messaging. As you recall from our previous meetings, the best part about it is parents get a direct text message. Unlike a phone call that they would historically get at the end of the day, which they can choose not to listen to and just delete the voicemail. we know we cannot avoid the text message. It points up right on top of our device. If we have a higher degree, because an employee that's at work gets a text that their child's missing, they're more likely to be able to respond back to a text than to be able to answer a phone call. The other thing it does is it converts to 196 different languages, so when they fill out their home language survey, and the teacher sends it in English that we're missing Roland today in school, hope he's doing okay, we can't wait to see him back tomorrow, it'll convert it into their native language. We have 9 different languages that are being spoken now in East Central, even off to Swahili. It can be sent to the family in their native language, and then when they respond back in their native language, it converts it to English back to the teacher. So you can see last year we had 320,665 messages that were sent just from this one way. This is us to them. That doesn't count the messages that were received back. When we had the messages that were received back, we were over 700,000 total interactions that occurred between that. According to Talking Points, we're more like the standard bearer for this, and they're doing some other pilot studies as well because they've seen some huge increases. Yes, sir.
Are we billing anything for people who don't have text?
So they actually, if they don't have text, and they can download the app. They can't, I'll talk about other strategies, but we still do the original parent phone calls. They still go out, we send letters home. So there's other strategies, we do home
Like
visits.
me, I can't have my app.
Yeah.
I don't have my email at work.
Yeah.
I don't have my cell phone at work.
Yeah. Yeah, so you'll get that after the end of the school day. So typically around 5 o'clock or so is when that call goes out. Yeah, so it would go to your
Very few
voicemail.
people, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's a good point. So, but we also would send letters home. So if you met a certain threshold of those, those go out as well, which I'll talk about other strategies. In working with Talking Points, we talked about one of the barriers is that we've been this past year, which is a current strategy, is that we're gonna have our teachers during that attendance accounting period, when they know that their students are out when it comes to that time. It's a pretty simple click, 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 click. The kids that are absent, hit the button. It sends a very family engagement-friendly language to all of those families immediately in that text. But we know that's still the lift that our teachers. We want to focus on teaching and learning. So we've worked with them, and we're the first district that's going to pilot it. So they're doing it for us for no charge. An automated text that comes like it's coming from the teacher. The moment that the teacher marks them absent in the ABA period, it'll send it right away. So the teacher just marks absent, moves on. And then when it hits that period, 10 o'clock or 10:30, it'll send it. So we're excited about that happening as well. And any replies would actually go to the attendance clerk and to the admin office, so they can reply back immediately if there's a question. So the teacher can just focus on teaching and learning. But it's a great tool, so we're excited about that. So that's our tier 1 process. All kids would be getting that. If you have to answer any questions about Talking Points. And the other part about it is it archives every message that's sent to and received back. So when teachers are communicating with a student struggling in learning, or even if a student's doing really well and a teacher wants to praise, Johnny, because Johnny did a great job today, then they can also send that through that messaging platform. So anybody in the administration can read any of those as well. So it's a great tool.
Can you go back to the attendance goal, 94% and the amount
Yes, sir.
of revenue that, are we, and I wrote down here, teacher educating teachers on either school finance. I know, I'm not saying that you pour in, but if you show this number, and maybe you do, to encourage, and maybe share, hey, some of the things that we could be doing if we encourage kids.
Absolutely.
Just as a motivator, are we doing that, I guess is my question.
You're not down to the teacher level, we haven't, but I will say it was funny, we had an AP meeting yesterday in here, and I showed them these exact same numbers.
Yeah.
Not only to
So
represent the hard work they did this past year to increase, but look, if we continue to tighten our belt, get after it, make sure that we're staying on top of it. Because, as an administrator, being in that role previously, in my former role, you get busy in the day, and sometimes attendance takes a backseat to some of the other priorities that are happening on campus. So making sure that we maintain the urgency in this, and that's why it's our #1 goal, is we gotta have kids there in order to learn. Plus the other benefits besides academic improvement is we also get more dollars to be able to apply back towards teaching and learning.
100%. The reason why I say that is a lot of people, perception is all they want is people, because that's what it takes to pay the light bills and all that. But getting the teachers and getting down to that level, because there's more of them, I'm thinking Vader, same thing, getting the word out to them to self-advocate.
It's a really good point.
So just.
Well, and there's also incentive, become a teacher incentive a lot. So if I also know I'm a TIA teacher, I need my kids to be in school for them to learn, in order for them to grow, and for them to meet also, meet my goals, so then I can earn possibly a six-figure income. So it has this whole flywheel effect that can also work with all that.
And one more plug on the talking points, it's amazing, because it keeps you updated so much, and in real, I say real time, it's quicker. And for me, it's, my wife, it keeps us honest too, right? Because I'm getting messages really quick.
Yeah.
And so, not that he has issues, but it does, right? It does.
Yeah.
And-
So, that's strategy one. Strategy two is we've been very fortunate to partner with communities and schools. And so having site coordinators, and what we've been working with them particularly is one of their goals that they take back to their organization that we have with them is helping to improve student attendance. And we give them the list of students that are in that manageable category. So that's those that miss anywhere from 5 to less than 10% of the school year. It even says up to 8 to 16 days. So they partner with the families, they partner with the kids, and then they case manage. They spend time, but they also consider what are some things or resources that those kids need. Why are they not really coming to school? So it could be things like a sense of belonging and connection that they don't have. They don't have a safe place. Maybe it's getting them with possibly one of our psychologists that needs to spend some time with them to help them overcome. Maybe it's issues with hygiene, that they need to be able to provide them the support that they need. So mentoring, but then also skill building. Getting, if you have a kid who's off grade level, struggles to read, and so when he goes to his English class, he's willing to try to skip because he doesn't want to have to read out loud. So how can they also work to build skill on how to handle when you're in these uncomfortable positions? Because it's just a part of life. There's going to be times that you're put in there. And so we've seen huge pushes in that direction, and each one of those site coordinators sets a goal. So here's the kids, and they have to report out quarterly to their supervisor on what progress they're making. So that's going to continue to be what we feel to be a catalyst to help us to move forward in that direction for those kids that fall into that category. The next one is comprehensive case management. So now we're going to be talking about probably the worst case scenario of kids that are not coming to school. These are chronically absent, so we're considering them to be tier 3 approach. Those are the students that miss anywhere from 17 to 33 days. There's a lot that's happening. A lot of times we find that there's trauma. There's many times they're involved in some type of CPS. They're very mobile, so they're continuously moving. A lot of high poverty. So we've got to do a lot more to provide them some services. So they get a very comprehensive review with an entire team that really talks about each child, and it really tries to get to the root of what's going on, and then we assign a case manager. So it may be a coach that they have a good, strong relationship with. It could be a teacher, it could be an administrator, it could be somebody, a paraprofessional, anyone that they can have that's going to help to case manage and monitor that. The goal is how do we provide wraparound services? What are the barriers behind him or her coming to school every day? So doing a lot of deep root cause analysis, asking a lot of questions, really trying to get, and a lot of times I can be talking to the families after you do a home visit, you're getting a better picture and understanding of what they are. They can meet with the psychologist and they can share information with us. Are there physical needs? Is it an issue with food, water, and shelter? Is maybe the only times they do come to school is when they get an opportunity to eat, but there's so many other things that are happening in their community that they still don't come to school. So what can we do to provide them the support? Is there social and emotional needs? How can we help them with emotional regulation? So we need to do some additional skill building. Do we need to take care of their academic struggles? Do we need to do some accelerated instruction to get them caught back up? And oftentimes we do find that we have to provide clinical services. We are very fortunate, going back to that partnership with CIS. We also have the Project Aware grant. If you recall when we presented that, and we were really excited. We have 6 licensed clinical counselors in our district, and each one of them splits a campus, and their sole job is to sit and meet with kids who have these deep-rooted challenges and issues, and to help them to work through it. We also contract with some additional outside counseling services that come in, like the Ecumenical Center, and we find that really has a big bearing on helping these kids to overcome some of these significant challenges to come in.
So just to add some additional information, communities and schools sees us as such a great partner that they wrote for this grant, wrote us into the grant, and they won. We're only one of 2 school districts in the state of Texas that have this Project Aware grant. It funds these 6 clinical counselors. And again, communities and schools got the grant, they wrote East Central into the grant because of our strong comprehensive case management partnership that Mr. McKay was describing. So just want the board to know that also those kinds of things, this is why priority 3 is so important with not only community engagement, but strategic partnerships, is to really be an organization that folks want to work with. So you heard me talk about the Toyota grant, that happened for the same reasons, and that's $6 million over 5 years. Our partnership with the Holdsworth Center, funded by Charles Butt Foundation, gave us a 6-year, $6 million investment to help us develop a principal pipeline. None of these things come from tax revenue locally. None of these things come from the general fund. These are us being creating an organization and being clear about our needs and demonstrating the ability to take their investment and deliver. So that's a real important thing for us as an organization, and obviously with our financial position, so we have to, and do well.
So our campus teams, our administrators, they already have these lists because we're building off of these from last year. So they're already developing plans and getting these things set up. So as they're coming in for meet the teacher, they're coming in for registration, they've already begun meeting with these families and setting these things up. So this ball is already rolling. I just wanted you to know that these are the steps that we're really taking to move forward there. Now we have some other mechanisms that we have in place. 3, 6, and 9, really 10 absences, unexcused. We have an automated letter that goes out, that goes to the household. So just make sure that they know that these are the labor requirements, particularly when they get to 10. We're at the point where we need to have some conversations around municipal court services. Campuses do attendance forms, so they do those about every other week at this point. And those are for students who have 3 or more unexcused absences in that range. They sit down with the families, they talk about what's going on, they build some contracts together, create some cadence of communication, continue to strengthen that. Maybe they didn't have the right number in the system, so our talking points wasn't going to the right person. We try to fix those things. If it continues to accelerate and they get to 6 unexcused, Mr. Hernandez and Student Services, every Friday at the Student Services building, they hold, and Stevie can tell you because it's in their office and they have them coming in, is they hold attendance forums, and that's him with case managers from the municipal courts, and they sit down and the same thing, sit with the families, with the child, talk about what's going on, build additional supports, and this is where the municipal courts can come in and provide additional resources that we may not even be able to provide, that the city can provide as well, and put them under contract. That's also kind of a first notice, like if you continue down this path, we're gonna work to file. We're gonna file with the municipal courts. And then obviously when they get to that 8 or more unexcused, they get a municipal court, they come back, meet that same case manager. The case manager continues to try to build that rapport, but if it continues beyond that, then the case manager will then file with us, with the courts, and then go and have the mediation at the courts itself. Oftentimes, there's no fine that's levied, but the judge will look the parent or the family in the eye and say, if things don't improve, you could receive a fine, and I am going to fine you up to $500. Hopefully that has some effect to it, but we've seen some improvement in those areas as well. Be happy to answer any of those questions, particularly about just some of our strategies. There's many other layers to that cake. This is just a high-level overview of some of the more strategic ways that we're going to continue to try to address attendance.
For my section, I wanted to do a really quick vocabulary because we love our jargon in education. So, 2 things. So the first one, I want you to think about when I say behavior and discipline, I want you to think of those as different things. When we talk about behavior, we're talking about Joette and the CIA team, and we're talking about preventatively teaching about behavior. When we talk about discipline in a moment, Shane's going to talk discipline, he's talking about like after they got in trouble. So it's more student services, and discipline and behavior is more curriculum instruction and teaching. So I'm talking about our behavior role, he's going to talk about the discipline role. Okay. The second piece of vocabulary, we love this term TIER, T-I-E-R. And we use it in a couple different ways, but what I want you to know, when we're talking about academic instruction and behavior instruction, TIER is really a specific term. And basically we're saying Tier 1, we're talking about teaching everybody. Tier 1 means we're teaching everybody. Tier 2 is when we get down, we're teaching a small group of kids that are not being successful. Can we say like something like 15%? So like everybody gets Tier 1 instruction. Tier 2 is those who are struggling with that. So given that context, what I want to say is our goal this year is to get our behavior system, so our work we're doing around behavior, at 80% fidelity for tier 1 and 2, which is the definition of these things are really operating at a high level. So a high level is 80%. We partnered with a company for a decade now, 10 years, and we have them do an external audit on our system and say what we're doing. When we look at that data over that period of time, when a campus is performing at 80%, they're seeing significant decreases in their discipline consequences. As they go up beyond 80%, it continues to go down. A campus, like I'm just gonna pick on, and I mean this in a positive way, a high-performing campus like Highland Forest. Sarah, you know Highland Forest well. Sarah Harden, the AP over there, is a rock star. You guys are gonna get to know her more and more. She's amazing. She has a high-performing system, and she has very low discipline consequences because they were so clear and they teach the kids so well. This is what we're trying to do to the whole system. Okay, so our goal is to go from 69% up to 80%. Okay, so there's a nice little pyramid where we showed the tiers. They love this colored pyramid. You're gonna see this a million times. Hopefully next time you see it, you'll laugh and be like, okay, Jonathan said we're gonna see this a million times. What they're trying to say is the little green one at the bottom is everybody, and you build on top of that with a smaller group. You got your tier 2 there with in the yellow. And so the idea here is that we're trying to teach expectations to all kids. We're trying to have absolute clarity when you walk on campus. So when you walk on campuses this year, I want you to be looking for stuff that's talking about being respectful, being responsible, being safe, with real clear expectations and rules. And what I'm hoping you're gonna see is at an unprecedented rate. Hopefully you saw it last year, but what I'm expecting this year that this is gonna be at a total new level of clarity. Everywhere you go, you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, it's everywhere. Like, we're trying to really make sure all the kids understand common phrases throughout the system, but also explicit teaching about what that looks like. So in the cafeteria, what's that look like? And one of the big things we're pivoting to this year are routines and procedures. So when I go to the cafeteria, how do I do that? How do I take attendance in my class so the kids know how to do that? If I was absent yesterday, what is the expectation of what I should be doing so that it's absolutely clear? When I go to get supplies, if I'm getting a computer, how do I do that? Or a calculator, or I sharpen my pencil. We're trying to make this so clear that the kids know with absolute, all the time, this is exactly what's expected of me. And the more we teach, practice, and expect those things, the more we reduce opportunities for them to get in trouble and have discipline consequences. So as we pivot over to tier 2, what we know is not everybody shows up to school having had the same opportunities to learn all those things. And so sometimes some of those kids are still struggling with it, and so we're giving them more opportunities. It's more intensive, there's more time. And so what we're trying to do is bolster our systems around tier 1 and tier 2 so that all kids are getting what they need with instruction and absolute clarity. Now our coordinator, Sarah Pena, another Sarah, she's our social emotional coordinator. She's the one who leads this work. She has been making week-by-week action plans. So every campus has a bi-week plan of what they're going to be doing in order to get there. She's got some examples up there for you. And one of the things she did in week 5 there, she talked about how classrooms actually all have their plans as well. So they actually make their own independent plan. So you have a campus plan, and then every classroom has a plan for what they're doing. And the overall campus work is really based on these maps. So Sarah actually developed these. So working in conjunction with the work we've been doing over the last decade, Sarah's actually developed a step-by-step, like wherever you are in the development of your behavior system, she'll tell you the next step and the next step and the next step and the next step until you've got everything that research says you should have. Literally laid out one at a time in order from where you are to where you're going to be. And she's working with campuses so that they make a plan about when they're going to get to the next stage so that they get the 80% mark by the end of the year, which we know causes significant reduction in discipline consequences. Also to support that work, a little bit like we did in the QSA where we differentiate for campuses, so we determine what the need is. So she's got a scale that she has there that ranges from the most intensive support where you're getting weekly support, where she's going to come out and make sure weekly somebody's there with you, going through the system with you, coaching you up, helping you see the next move, helping you bolster your system, giving feedback to, the highest performing campuses are at like a monthly cadence. And so, some of the campuses have already reached the 80% goal this year. Last year they were already at 80%, so her goal for them is a little higher. So they're gonna keep going up because we know even at 80, there's room to kind of continue to bring those numbers down. And so that's gonna take us into Shane talking a little bit about this.
So you'll see a lot of interweaving of some of the same terms from what Jonathan just said, to here. But the goal this year is that we want to increase serious misbehaviors by 15%.
I'd rather decrease.
I said decrease, I said increase.
I heard increase.
Not my fault, sorry. We want to decrease, serious misbehavior incidents, thank you, from 949 to 807, so good catch. So let's first define what serious misbehavior is, how we categorize that. It's any fighting, obviously something that involves an assault, drugs, alcohol, vaping, or possession or under the influence of drugs, alcohol, harassment, bullying, or threats of violence, what we consider to be what's called terroristic threats. So I want to be like really clear. These behaviors, we're not negotiating. If it occurs, they're going to receive the fullest disciplinary consequences that Texas Education Code, Chapter 37 allow. Okay, that's a symptom of things that we can do better on the front side, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, of what we want to try to do. From time to time, kids are going to get emotionally dysregulated. Now, how can we intervene before they get to there? How can we build skill before they get to that point, right? I mean, as long as schools have been in, we all know when we were in school, they happen. Fights that occur. What can we do to reduce the likelihood that it occurs? So the idea is that we can't prevent 100%, but our goal is how can we do everything within our power to limit, because we know when it's particularly these serious misbehaviors, it pulls away from instruction, it pulls away from learning, it creates the conditions where people don't feel safe, particularly students and others that are involved in that situation. So I want to take you through just quickly what you'll see, and I'm going to give you another chart that's going to look very similar, what our current status is. So what you see in the red was last year's, on those serious misbehaviors, the total number of incidences. Okay, and I know that's not numbers of students, that's number of incidences, because it may be the same student multiple times. And we talked about last year, part of our strategy was to decrease for the top 5%. We are still looking at about 5 to 7% of the student population in these schools are the ones who contribute the most. So an example would be, I look at Honor Elementary, you see that they have 22. 9 of those are from one student on that campus. Who's a redirection, special education student. His own parents had him arrested at one point, and he did have to go, unfortunately, to our alternative school twice, even though he was special ed. But it's a manifestation of his emotional disturbance that he has. But that counts into that 22. So you can see almost 50% of their totals came from one student on the campus. So it may look like, wow, it's way out of control. Well, it's one kid in a specialized unit who has a one-on-one support with a male that has to walk with him everywhere he goes, and he can't be around certain females, and he can't be around certain people because he will lose his mind and go after him and try to attack him. It's a part of his disability that he struggles with. And so that's part of what we're looking at, as well as some of the numbers that you see in there. It wasn't that the student, there's more nuance to it. It wasn't the student didn't receive disciplinary consequences, but sometimes we are limited on what we can do based on certain conditions, like you learned about the McKinney-Vento. If they're homeless, we can't suspend. So there's a lot of things that bake into this. So what we're working with all of our campuses is how do we decrease that? So we're going to talk about going from where we are downstream to how do we get upstream? How do we get upstream before it even gets to that point? So some things you heard Jonathan talk about with our tiered behavior systems, and I think about it like as a dashboard. And he mentioned something a second ago. When I look at my dashboard, it says some things, like it tells me what do I need to pay attention to. It gives me indicators before things begin to break down, right? And I also know very clearly that there may be warning signals. Well, if we're really paying attention as well to our tier 1 and our tier 2 behavior systems, you will begin to see a decrease in these serious misbehaviors because we're skill developing kids. We're really focusing on what is safe, what is respectful, and what is responsible behavior look like in all settings that kids are in all the time. You're going to learn and hear more about later on too how tight routines and procedures are are massive. So what I mean by that, for an administrative perspective, I'm not in the, and we are talking classroom routines and procedures, but we gotta have tight routines and procedures for transitions, right? We're talking about passing periods, for unstructured time. So how do we transition to the cafeteria? How do we behave in the cafeteria? How do we behave when we're at recess? Like going over these safe, respectful, responsible behaviors, and how do we develop these across the way and have really tight systems from the moment the kids arrive until the moment the kid gets on the bus and they go home. We want to make sure that that's there. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that here in a second. So the correlation, Jonathan mentioned that our data last year showed something. The higher the fidelity to those tier 1 and tier 2 systems, what we noticed was a decrease in the number of serious misbehaviors. So I'm going to overlay, just pay attention to where the graph is high, where the graph is low. And by the way, you notice some campuses are going to have a really hard time. Harmony had 0 serious misbehaviors last year. So they got to get, your goal is hit 0 again. So it says, or not more than 1, because there may be one event. You may not help that a 4th grader brought a baby to school. It just happens, right? But I'm going to overlay it and show you that you can see that where we were high on this end of your chart, you see we were high on this end of your chart, we're low when it comes to our behavior scores. So you see the correlation. If I go back, see how we're high, we have a lot of serious misbehaviors. When I switch over to our actual tier 1 and tier 2 behavior scores, we're some of the lowest. So we know if we can increase and improve in our tier 1 and tier 2 as part of our strategy to help improve our serious misbehaviors, that's going to be one step that we know. So there's a parallel between what Jonathan was talking about. That's why that goal was in there strategically, because it also helps to support this one. So the other thing we're working with our administrators on is making sure that they have really tight routines, particularly for those unstructured times. When you look at the majority of all the serious misbehaviors when they don't happen in the classroom. They happen when they're going to the bathroom. They happen when they're at lunch. It happens when they're at breakfast. It happens when they're getting off the bus going into the building. So how are we really monitoring around passing periods or transition times, breakfast, recess, before school? So part of that is being really strategic in your duty schedules and your active monitoring, particularly in your hot spots. Where are your areas where you know that these things are going to be happening at? But what our administrators are going to continue to get better at is being very data-driven in that. So weekly, they should be looking at their discipline data and making decisions on where we need to make adjustments for supervision to ensure that we're going back to those safe, respectful, responsible behaviors that we're teaching them in these unstructured times as well. So that's part of what our strategy is there. The second part to that is when we do see our top offenders. So our administrators already have their list. Who are your top 5% of your most repeat offenders for these serious misbehaviors? Providing that same support of that comprehensive case management, you get a counselor around the table, you get an administrator around the table, you get a teacher around the table, you're getting a psychologist around the table, you're getting your communities and schools person around the table. We're bringing in oftentimes the principal around the table. We're going to do root cause analysis about what's going on and why are those behaviors occurring with that child, right? And then creating an individualized behavior management plan. So what are we going to do to help? Part of that could be he needs a mentor. He needs to connect better with a male teacher, so we need to have him spend time at lunch every day with a male teacher to help build that relationship, whatever it may be, but that's an example. Assign a case manager, like I mentioned earlier, so who's going to be monitoring and tracking progress over time. Immediately, we talked about the tier 2 behavior. When they get into tier 2 behavior, here are some of the things that they start to get. They get a daily check-in and check-out. They're checking the pulse of Shane when Shane arrives at school. Did Shane have a bad night? Did mom not come home last night because she stayed out all night? Did dad get arrested? Was there something that happened before they came? They're checking the emotional regulation of Shane when Shane comes in. And if Shane's not right, before Shane even goes into class, they're working to provide some support because they don't want him blowing up on the first kid who bumps into him in the hallway and then he starts to fight or get arrested because he assaulted him later on down the road. So how do we do that? Through that check-in process. And then that same case manager, the person they're checking in with, is checking throughout the day just to see how he's doing. Popping in, how's it going? Is he doing all right? And then the last thing is the checkout. So before Shane leaves, how was the day? What's going on? To help set him up so when he goes home that evening, he goes home in a very positive manner, sets him back up, so that when he comes back tomorrow, we're helping to build that cadence where we're constantly making sure that he's doing well. We also do what's called a DBRC, which is the Daily Behavior Report Card. So whereas teachers are rating Shane and how he's doing these safe, respectful, and responsible behaviors, and giving some guidance so that case manager or that mentor, or that coach that's working with Shane can provide different areas. Maybe it's more in math, maybe it's more in reading, maybe it's more in PE that he's struggling because he may not deal well with having these other things. What are some things we can do to try to help build skill in those areas when he's there? Also, they get social skills lessons, particularly around what is it their behavior is. So they're very targeted with what they get. So when they get that, they actually they get pulled out, and they go to a separate class, and we have lessons that are provided to them and puts them in these situations and gets them to learn to process through about how should I respond when these events occur in my life. And hopefully to help build that skill so that when they become an adult, they don't have these same emotional impulses that may happen when they're outside. We're talking about building a better person when they leave is making them better before they were when they got here. If necessary, again, we provide code counseling. If there's some things that are going on with him or her and they need some support because they're dealing with some deep, severe trauma, we need to make sure that he or she is getting that. And then if they are special ed, do we need to go back and look at the IEP? Do we need to, and go through the ARD process and look at their behavior intervention plans? And we need to build some structure around that as well. And then the last part of that we talked with our administrators about is there's a lot of power when you hand schedule. There's just certain teachers that just do well with certain students that are at risk. So if you can hand schedule him with 5 or 6 of those teachers who do much better with students who may struggle with that, it's amazing how throughout the year, how you begin to see those behaviors change over time because they have these adults that they have a way of connecting with kids who maybe in the past have struggled but are doing much better today. So that's the other way we're working to get upstream down the road. We're going to continue to double down on our cell phone guidelines and knowing that cell phones in the past, and we saw part of what we reasoned why we believe we had a reduction in the number of disciplinary incidences that occurred last year was that students don't have access to it. I do believe too it'll improve student achievement outcomes because it's for the first time ever. I would walk into a middle school classroom and I never saw one kid on a cell phone ever. I mean, I was amazed. I walked into Legacy and we got so many classrooms. I didn't see a kid one time ever on a cell phone when I walked in there that anybody had to redirect them. So making sure that improves their classroom engagement, reduces negative interactions because they text each other, meet me in the bathroom, or that's when it starts drama. You've been talking to my girlfriend, I'm gonna get you outside. When they don't have access to their phone, it eliminates those chances of those things happening, so it mitigates those potential disruptive events, particularly even around, I hate to say it, social media. It's the devil, but that's my own personal opinion because it seems to create more tension than it does harmony. Our security e-hall pass, we saw some great degree of effect of that this past year. We're going to continue to work to ensure that we're implementing that. But if you're not aware, when a student gets into class, if they wish to go to the restroom, there's what we call a kiosk. It's nothing more than a Chromebook that's in the classroom. These are under secondary campuses. I go in, I punch in my student ID number, and then if the teacher approves it, then at that point gives me a green light, teacher gives me a go, I can walk out, but it starts a countdown timer. So not only does it keep track of how long I'm out of class, but it also, when I come back in and I hit the enter button, it clocks that back in. But here's the beautiful thing about it. If Shane is the one who's always walking out of class to go to the restroom, and a student only has a limit of 2 passes a day, and he already went first period, he already went second period, he tries to go third period, Shane's not gonna get to go because he's already been told, you've already used your 2 restroom passes, you gotta stay in class. We have to figure it out, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing is let's say Shane and David have beef, and we fought last year, and then we have a stay away on each other. Administrators can go into the e-hall pass system and say, if David or Shane are out, and either one of them has to go to the restroom, when I go to do it, it says, access denied at this time, we'll let you know when it's available. So the teacher sees that, so I go back, the moment David goes back into his class and pushes the button, whoop, it turns up green, teacher says you can go because he's not there. It could be a boy-girl situation, we want to keep boyfriend and girlfriend away from each other, whatever the situation may be. It also intuitively starts to pull interactions. So if it's starting to notice that 2 of the same kids are out together more times than not, it'll send a flag to the administrators, and the administrators can say, okay, all right, I am no longer going to have Jonathan and Shane out at any time. If Jonathan's out, Shane can't be out. If Shane's out, Jonathan can't be out. So we'll start to do that as well, and administrators can use it. So it really helps us to eliminate those possible interactions that can be disruptive, and we can target particularly our repeat offenders to make sure that we're spending more time in class as well. We've also seen a correlation. Obviously, the more time they're out of class, because walking to school, getting away with things, the less likely they are to be able to learn. So, be happy to answer any questions about some of the plans that we are trying to get upstream to try to help with reducing the number of serious misbehaviors on campus.
So, let me throw one thing in, I'm not trying to sound like a scratch record, I think these are great things and you guys are professionals. I just, my only thing is concern, and I'll use my experience, with what we call, a good catch or a near miss, right? And back when I was coming up, it was punitive if you turn something in, so guess what, I wouldn't turn anything in, right? Even if it was, learning for everybody else. And so what we did, on the management team about 4 years ago, we made sure that there was no punitive. It was strictly for knowledge for the rest of the guys, something that, and we just had one, it was on a switching order, right? So they switched a 138 transformer in the wrong order, they could have been bad. Nothing happened, so it was a good catch. So they shared that information with the rest of the team and they learned from it, right? Don't do that. As to before, you get in trouble, so nobody would turn that in. So that's my only ask. I love all this stuff, I think it's gonna help, but I don't want numbers to stay low just because we're not turning them in, because we're afraid of it. That's the last thing I want. So I want to make sure that we're getting actual numbers and, y'all are doing the things. I mean, I appreciate this. I think this is part of the solution. But I just wanted for clarification. I just want to make sure, and I want to make sure that our staff feels supported and our staff would, that's a big thing too. I think those are other topics, but anyway.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Pivot us into the achievement goal, and the big one I want you to see here is another piece of vocabulary, so forgive me for the jargon. In the state accountability system, there's a bunch of domains, right? There's three domains. The first domain looks at your student achievement, and the way it does it is it takes your approaches score, your meet score, and your master score, and then averages it. So last year, so 2025, as a whole, East Central had 67% approaches, 40% meets, 5% masters. If I average those three numbers together, you get a score of a 37. So our domain 1 score was 37 last year. Our goal this year is to go from 37 up to 44 for domain 1. One way to get to a domain 44 would be to have approaches go from 67 up to 71, meets go from 40 to 43, and masters go from 5 to 17%. We did that by looking at kids that were about 2 questions away and saying, hey, if you could get 2 more questions, what would it look like? And so we modeled that out by every single kid in the system and help campuses make goals. If we were to do that, we believe every campus would have a B rating. And so that's how we set that goal. Does that help just to kind of walk you through our logic behind it and kind of show you, if somebody said, well, what the heck is a domain 1 score? Yes, sir.
I was gonna say, you said adding 2 more questions just to change the average?
So what I mean is if we could get kids to get 2 more questions correct on the STAR test.
Correct, gotcha.
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. Okay. What are the questions on that? Okay, so then I'm gonna pivot us into, Jen's gonna walk us through, so we're gonna go through our strategic priorities of what we're doing. And Jen's gonna start us off with some of the academic piece.
So lots of mention around strategy on a page. This is that kind of blown out a little bit for you guys. And there are 4 of these strategic activities that are priorities we're working on. The first of which is high impact teaching and learning. And so I'm actually going to go kind of counterclockwise here. One of our first things that we're really focusing on is building the content knowledge of our teachers. Mr. just kind of talked a little bit about several years ago when teachers were pulling resources from everywhere, and then we kind of codified that and got to a position where we're using high quality instructional materials that are already aligned to the standards. I wouldn't say an unintended consequence, but a byproduct of that work is now teachers kind of get tied to their teacher edition and they're reading off of the script, and then a question comes up or something, you know, that's not in the script pops up and they don't quite know what to do because they may not know their standards deeply enough. An example of that might be they're doing something with insects and a kid says, oh, let's talk about a scorpion. And the teacher's like, yes, let's talk about a scorpion. But if the teacher doesn't know our standards, a scorpion is not an insect, it's a bug, but it's an arachnid. You know what I'm saying? My kid loves bugs, so I have a lot of bug references. Entomology is our name in the house. So it's really making sure teachers know, like if I'm a math teacher, I gotta know the math. Like I gotta know the math to be able to teach the math, to be able to dissect student work and see when a student makes a mistake. It's not about just that the kid got it right or wrong. Why did they get it wrong? And then what can I lead into that might be a previous grade level standard or even a higher grade level standard to help them really understand that. So we're really focusing on building content knowledge. So much so that we've even partnered with Great Minds, who is one of the actual publishing companies from our Blue Bonded TEA, high quality instructional material resource. And so we switched providers from NIET, who worked with us last year, to Great Minds because they wrote the actual curriculum. And so we know that the support that they'll be able to provide our teachers and our leaders is gonna be content and standards driven, so we can get that depth and make sure all the teachers know it's not about the resource, it's about using the resource to get to the standards and making sure that students have mastery. And then along with that, on the bottom is enhanced teacher planning. You know, even now, I mean, I was real for teachers, right? I mean, it's not unheard of for a teacher to spend 8 hours or more on the weekend just planning and prepping for the next day, or the next week even. And so what we wanna do is make sure that planning is manageable for our teachers. Part of using a high quality instructional material helps with that, because instead of teachers writing lesson plans, they're given lesson plans and they have to internalize those and then what's gonna work for my kids, what's not gonna work for my kids. So it takes the load off a little bit, but we really wanna make sure that when they're in that planning, they're doing it through the standards lens, and then how does this resource help students understand this standard? And if this question doesn't cut it, then we take that question off. Or if this question isn't at the right level of the standard, we change the question. Or if this story or this passage isn't quite the best way to get that across, we can choose something that's a little bit more appropriate. So focusing on that planning piece is really gonna help. You see a picture there at our DLT, that is Mr. Zomba talking, representing Highland Forest, sharing with other leaders across the district how they did this at Highland Forest. And they talked about that as being a key lever for them to get the movement that they needed, was really enhancing the teacher planning. So when we started working on this, we called our friends at Highland Forest. I'm like, what were you doing? It's working. Took that information, started scaling it out, and then made sure that at our district leadership team presentation, they had an opportunity to learn from each other colleagues in the room that are doing that same work. And they're all talking about replicating those things back on their campus. Actually, right now, like your campuses today and yesterday, you probably saw it. Delivering effective instruction is on that bottom right, and it's really just naming. What does it look like? What does it mean for instruction to be effective? If you're a brand new teacher or a brand new administrator coming in to maybe you taught high school, but you're an administrator at an elementary campus, it's a whole different world. So we're committed this year to really naming like kind of 5 things that are super strong around effective instruction. What do they look like? Modeling for administrators so they can go back and train their teachers, and then monitoring forward in the classroom. And then the next one is effective routines and procedures. You've heard a lot about that already, but I'm gonna take a little pause and do a little video break. So I want you to imagine you're a first year teacher and you're walking in. Sorry, it's gonna be a thing. If you're walking in the classroom for the first time, and this is your experience. Now that's from Kindergarten Cop. You've seen it, you know it, you love it. But that's not unheard of. Like sometimes you'll hear people reference like, oh, it was a zoo in there. Like sometimes it really looks like a zoo. And I'm not just talking about kindergarten. Like sometimes you walk in like 8th grade and it looks like a zoo. So we're really zoning in on efficient routines and procedures because we want to make sure that our teachers and our staff are equipped with the skills and the knowledge needed so that they can get high quality instruction on the table. If the behavior management isn't under control, no learning is taking place. We want to make sure we have a sustainable classroom culture that ensures that we can have instructional excellence. And so there's kind of 5 things that we're working on in this realm. You've heard some talk about the classroom management plan. every single teacher in the district has worked on, or is currently working on, will have ready to submit their classroom management plan that details what are their procedures. Ms. Kay talked about procedures, just like when you're out at the recess area, or how you're walking to the cafeteria. In elementary, it's as detailed as how do you get from your chair to the carpet. It's as small as how do I get from everyone's doing their own learning to looking at the teacher. Like, it's that specific, that granular. So, classroom teacher plans are gonna go into place. We're gonna be talking about strong voice, so when a teacher's giving directions, if they're standing in front of the room, because if they're walking all around and the kids are trying to follow, then they're really not really paying attention. We're gonna talk about a whole class reset that we're gonna practice in just a second, and then narrate the positive. It's kind of like when you're thinking about those kids walking down the hall. If I say, Kaden, great job walking quietly, guess what happens to the 3 kids behind Kaden? They start walking quietly. So instead of addressing the student that, might not be doing something, if I do the positive piece first, I can get something. But one of the routines and procedures that we're really talking about is a whole class reset. And so that's really when they're trying to transition students from something they're doing into something else. And so maybe when you want to get their attention back, right? So maybe they're all independently working, and so I'm going to kind of practice with that with you guys right now. So I'm a big Disney fan. I hope some of you guys are Disney fans too. Toy Story's got a special place in my heart. So in Toy Story, there's the phrase to infinity and beyond. So as a classroom teacher, we want them to have call and respond measures for their classroom. So I'm your teacher and I say to infinity, your response is going to be and beyond, and then you're going to make sure that you're squared looking right at me. Make sense? So tell your partner real quick, when I say to infinity, what are you going to say? Okay, you're doing a little bit more enthusiasm, right? All right, so you're all working and I say, class, to infinity. And beyond. And I'm going to make sure that I see you looking. Good job. You got it. All right, let's go. Okay, now that's a little over dramatized, I get that, but that's what it takes. And so what you see, the other picture on your screen is Miss Maggie Lozano modeling this same kind of thing at our district leadership training, not only modeling what strong voice and a call and respond looks like, but she also modeled for the administrators in the room, how do you coach a teacher who's in the moment, and maybe the teacher gives the call and respond, but like only 5 kids listen, and the teacher goes on. And one piece is making sure the teacher knows how to do it, but the other piece is making sure the leader can coach the teacher on the spot, and that there's a value add in that room so that no one's leaving the classroom with any instructional time lost on the table. So we've got a charge to every time anyone's in any classroom, make it right, no matter what it is, coaching on the spot, whether it's a student, whether it's a teacher, and it starts with efficient routines and procedures. All right, pass it back to Jonathan.
At a data-driven instruction, we've got utilizing a simple dashboard. So we started 2 years ago with trying to make data a little bit clearer, and last year we utilized a dashboard that we think really helped campuses visualize data at a whole different level. Earlier when you asked, hey, what made a difference, I think Mr. Viscondo talked about Jen and the instruction, those high-quality resources we're using, and then this component, which is around the data. So we've been reimagining that a little bit and trying to take it up to a new level, kind of we call it Dashboard 2.0. But the idea is for teachers to be able to see exactly where their kids are, and through the filter similar to what the state accountability might look like, but naming by kid. So the teacher can see by kid, then the campus can see by teacher and by kid, and then we can see at a more global level, like at a district level, how everything looks. So the idea is to be able to use that data to try to develop and create those plans so that you can do very specific things. So like at Tradition last year when we talked about them, they talked about, hey, here's the kids. They're like, this is my group. These 5 kids are working on this one concept next. And we know that we need to get them to master this concept and one more concept in the next 3 weeks. And that level of specificity of exactly who was where and what concept they needed, we think are what caused those breakthroughs. So you think about Salado, Highland Forest, and Oakcrest as our 3 campuses that are on track for A's. We believe that they were really some of our best at that, but also campuses I want to name like Tradition that I was saying, Con Valley, that you saw movement on their data. This was some of what they were doing to get there. So you go from the dashboard to making plans, and you come around and you're doing that reteach, and you're utilizing different opportunities to make sure that we're closing those gaps for the kids, and then we're readjusting as necessary. I think the best way I could try to explain it, if I try to do it in a non-education jargon, is maybe through like a medical comparison. So, like if you imagine going to see a doctor, so I'm going to do a checkup. I'm going to do my checkup. I try, right? Because I'm going to do my checkup, and you might do some universal screening, right? That's a term we use in education. That's a term I think we use in the medical world too. So then you might say, hey, I'm seeing something in this data. I need to gather some more, and I might run some additional tests and see how things are going. Based on that additional data, you might say, hey, now I think I might need to do some targeted intervention with you. You got a thing here, but if we take these steps, if I change your exercise, I give you this medication, we do these steps, I think we can change the result for you. And then we're going to monitor and see is it working, make any adjustments as needed, and then we're the last up there is around not just the patient, but if you're really using the data, like I've described with the dashboard, we want to have the kids at the classroom level, but also at a system level. So like you might look monitoring the system's performance. So you might look at state or city data and say, oh, this is how our health is doing overall. That's the intent of the dashboard, is not just for a kid, not just for a classroom, not just for a school, but so we can also monitor that performance. So going through the same thing through the education thing, we literally screen them with things like MAP testing you heard a lot about. We gather additional data like unit assessments. We have targeted interventions like I described with tradition. We're always trying to monitor that progress. You heard a lot last year about how at Legacy we had the daily assessments. And so those daily assessments and how we make those little adjustments and then trying to monitor it, not just at a classroom, but at a system level.
John, that's perfect.
Thank you.
It resonated easily. Okay, thank you.
Did you hear that, sir?
I heard it. I made note.
It was mine.
She stole it. She stole it.
We had it from there.
So before I get into the middle school redesign, I want to take just a second to do kind of a check for understanding. And so if we just kind of go around with our board members, and if you just want to tell us one thing that you learned or found interesting about our first two strategic priorities that we talked about.
Repeat that.
If you could just tell us one thing about the two strategic priorities that we just discussed, maybe that you like, you just learned, maybe a question you still have that we can answer for you. Just feel free to look back at your notes.
Okay, yeah.
Scaffold.
There's been a lot of stuff.
I learned that you gave teachers plans to take a model.
Yes, this is great.
So all your.
Thank
And beyond.
So I learned something about the tier 1, tier 2, right? So that kind of clarified, because I ain't gonna walk all the time, so.
Very nice, that's good. Anybody else like to share?
That's what looking back, I think that's what resonated with me. I don't know why, the two Hispanics, I don't know.
Maybe so.
It just, it is easier, I don't know, so.
What was that? The,
Two Hispanics?
before that part.
What,
About the
Mr. Crosby
tier.
said, yes, about
Okay.
the tier,
Great,
yeah,
great.
and that was dumbed down enough for understanding. And of course, there's two different analogies that, categories how they go. I would have never thought that you explained that, I would have just been said, okay, sure, but, yeah.
Good job. Very good. All right. So we'll move into our middle school redesign then. So very similarly to what Jonathan was discussing a little bit earlier about the instructional time, we're gonna kind of go through counterclockwise of what our middle school redesign looked like. And since you just kind of mentioned, you guys were aware that we were going through this, we got a little bit of feedback from our community. And so, one of our main goals here was to increase instructional time. We realized as we went through, we noticed that our students were spending half or more of their day in middle school in electives, which is great, they love those. But we also know that in order for us to see academic results, they need to spend more time in a classroom with a core content teacher. The other thing that we're really doing is as we increase instructional time, being a secondary person myself, I can tell you we are not bred to teach long periods of time. We teach short chunks, 30 or 45 minutes to 50 minutes, and get our students the information they need and get them the practice time. So developing our middle school staff capacity to be able to teach and to have that longevity to teach for a longer extended period of time is something that we're really focusing on this year. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the resources that we're providing them. Additionally, we're talking about opening innovative middle school campuses. So you all are very well aware that in a couple of days, our students will be entering Valley the first time, co-located at Tradition. And so that is an innovative middle school campus for us. We also have the ACE restart at Legacy this year, so that turns Legacy into an innovative campus for us as well. And so we're really looking at ways to innovatively engage our students at the middle school level because we know that's where they historically become most disengaged. So we want to keep that from happening. And then the one that I'm going to spend a little bit of time on today is talking about how we redesigned the master schedule with, in collaboration with our middle school principals for our students going into the new year. So we're going to talk a little bit about what that second teach looks like, what the resources are that we're providing, and then how we're monitoring and adjusting the success of the students along the way to make sure that everybody is rising to that level that we have for expectations. So what you'll see here on the instructional minutes is what we were talking about earlier. In math, in 5th grade, students are getting 80 minutes of instructional time, and that would include instruction and practice, and they're getting around 115 minutes in literacy, both comprehension, reading, all of the things. We then switched in 6th grade to only getting approximately 50 minutes in those two content areas, and that was it. And we increased and said all of our 6th grade students are gonna learn a year and a half of math, and we said, oh, and our standards change, things get different that they're learning in literacy in 6th grade, and it looks different the way that they're learning in 6th grade, and we're gonna cut that down to 15 minutes out of the 115. So the model that we went to was what we're calling a second teach. So it's not necessarily that we're just saying, okay, now our kids are getting 100, our students are getting 100 minutes of math instruction and 100 minutes of literacy instruction. They're still getting 50 minutes of literacy instruction and 50 minutes of math instruction. They are then going to have what we're calling a second teach. So at the end of that 50 minutes, they'll be assessed, and we'll take that data to determine what standards they mastered or did not master for the day, and then they will get extra practice time in mastering and reteaching that content in the second teach. So if I did not get how to work that order of operations in my math class today, and I did not meet the standard for mastery, I will go back to my second teach teacher, and she will he will reteach in maybe a small group, maybe as a whole group setting. It'll just depend on what they have for that day. So the bottom here is an example of what that looks like. So you'll see at the very top, we've got math 6, you've got second period, they've got their first teach, and then third period, they've got their second teach. So it's giving them time there in between. This campus is using the model where the students are staying with the same teacher. So it's giving the teacher a stopping point to understand this is the end of my 50 minutes of tier 1 instruction. So going back to the tiers we were talking about, my 50 minutes of tier 1 instruction. I'm gonna now assess where all my students are in a very quick assessment, and then I'm going to execute my reteach for my students who didn't master it. They give enrichment to my students who did master it. We're gonna give extra bats to our students who maybe are just right on the cusp and need a little bit of extra practice.
I thought, if I may, sorry to
Yes,
interrupt.
fine.
I thought that the lower time going from 5th to 6th might have just been because the extracurriculum. I remember in 6th grade, you know, 5th grade, going to 6th grade, we had 3 or 4 classes in 5th grade, going to 7 or 8 periods. You know, every
Yes.
period was a class, and but thank you for explaining that. That's
Yeah, absolutely.
really, really interesting. The difference is only 25 minutes, which is not a whole class, but, I was looking at it in terms of missing something, but they're really not.
No, they're not. They're still, so really what it is our 6th grade students they have one less elective choice going in, and so do our 7th grade.
Okay.
And their 8th graders go back to the traditional middle school schedule, and they will have their normal period.
And I heard you say, you said like the kids that get it, you're not holding them back, you're giving them extra, or enrichment, there it is,
Yes.
enrichment. So I love the fact that you're not going so fast that you leave things behind.
No, absolutely.
I love that, I love that.
And so in order to make sure that we're doing this very well and doing exactly that, not leaving kids behind and not holding the students back, our teams in curriculum instruction have really been working hard on this second teach document. So what this second teach document does is it provides really in-depth information for teachers on what this should look like. And so it goes as far back as the planning process. So we have a planning process that we utilize in the district called the SMARTER process, and it breaks it down by quarterly planning, weekly planning, daily planning. And so it says, during our beginning part of our planning period, this is what you are going to be doing as a teacher, what you're looking at, and this is what your district and your campus leaders are going to be looking at and executing and working with their teachers through. Then it goes to our art, we call it the art of teaching. And that says, okay, this is what, as a teacher, you should be looking for while you're planning. As a campus and district leader, this is what we're looking for. It'll tell you during during or shortly after your first teach, you'll use your daily formative assessment. You'll see the acronym DFA on here. During your second teach, what you should be doing. And then it tells you during our data reflection days, what should we be doing as well. And so you'll see the two columns, one is for teachers and one is for administrators or district leaders. This document will also has embedded in it resources for teachers to utilize so that they don't have to go fishing for things. In some cases, I believe there's lesson plans that we've embedded into them. So these are working documents, and as we learn more and we gain more feedback from teachers throughout the year and administrators, these will be adjusted and added to help make sure that it's not as much of a lift on our teachers to provide the second teach, but that those resources are readily available to them so that they can go through and make that second teach as meaningful as possible for our students. Any questions I can provide on the middle school redesign? Providing teachers to. I'll turn it over to Joy.
Y'all are tired, friends. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and stand up real quick. Stand up. All right, what I want you to do is try to find a partner with somebody with similar shoes, something that might be in common. Try to find somebody called your soulmates. Look at your shoes and try to find somebody with similar shoes.
I'm out.
Find a partner.
You got sandals on your feet?
Got a partner?
Hey, Chief, I'll be your partner.
Security, I got nobody.
Jonathan is, who's your partner? All right, Mr. Toscano, get in where you fit in, friend. All right, here is the question. Are you ready? Can you name the 3 campuses that are projected to get A ratings? Turn and talk with your partners.
Yeah, it's,
What are the 3 campuses that are projected to get A ratings?
Heritage, Legacy, Oak Ridge. No, I only got 2, so now Oak Ridge. Yeah, well, I don't know.
Yes.
Here we go, that was easy. And so we included. But she said the ones that are going to
You got the first 2 like that. You got that.
I was a little mixed. She said the ones that are going to get Highland Forest already did.
Thumbs up when you think you have an answer. Oh, come on, Camry. Thumbs up. All right, Mr. Toscano, choose whatever group to share out. What do you think?
I choose Mo's group.
All right, choose, just say one school, Mo. Just one. Salado. Thumbs up if you got that with your group. Awesome job. Okay, Mo, choose a group to share out. One.
Judy and Cameron.
Oh, Chris.
Oh, Chris, y'all agree or disagree? Awesome. All right, Judy, y'all choose a group.
I'm not gonna say John, because he knows.
Awesome. All right, high five your partners.
Thank
And
you.
have a seat real quick.
I gotta get you a Rush t-shirt.
He helped me out.
All right. All right. So, mine is the differentiated campus supports. So think about the 3 campuses that I just mentioned, or y'all just came up with that are projected to get A ratings. Do you think that they need a lot of support from the district at this point? Or do you think they might need a little bit of support? What do you think?
I think a little, they're on the right track.
Okay?
Let them finish, do what they're doing, complete it, and take those resources and support to another campus.
Awesome. Anybody else, something different?
No, I concur, and what I'm thinking is that there's a model.
Yep.
And I think I heard you say that we can have some of them sharing.
Yes.
the data.
Absolutely. So when thinking about this, when we talk about the differentiated campus supports, we start out with looking at data. The data is gonna let us know what the needs are. And so then once we look at the data, we're gonna determine the needs of the campus. So just like y'all said, those 3 campuses are doing pretty good, they might not have a lot of needs. We're still gonna support them, but maybe we're gonna put our support somewhere else. So that's what we call tiering campuses. Y'all be hearing the tiering word over and over again. All right, so the other thing that we're gonna do is once we have a campus tiered and we figure out their needs, we're gonna say, what will those supports look like? Because they're gonna be different. And then based off that, we're gonna monitor and we're gonna adjust. So that's our constant cycle that we follow anytime that we're supporting any campus. So this is what it could look like. So we have campus scales from a 1 to a 5. A 1 is they need a high level of support. A 5 is kind of sustain their current work, they're on a roll, and maybe they're the model. So in thinking about that, we look at each campus, and based off that, we tell them what their scale is. What's important is that we are creating a culture of support. It is not a culture of, you're in trouble, you better figure it out. No, it is a partnership. We are partnering with them to do what we need to do to support them, just like we did with Legacy last year, just like we did with so many campuses last year. So whenever we say, what is it that we did that helped? This was it. This was one of the many things that we did. And so what we're currently doing now, I probably met Mr. McKay was on the meeting, Casper, Holbert. We met with about 6 or 7 campuses already this week. And when we met with them, we said, here's your tier. Based off of it, it's accountability data, it's other academic pieces of data, it's attendance for students, it's discipline data, and quality of our teachers. We look at all of those things to come up with a tier. So we met with each campus and we said, here's your tier. No matter your tier, we're here to support. Now here are the supports that we're gonna give you. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna give you a principal coach for 24 hours out the week, which everyone wants. They don't care what, Brittany Irvin will tell you she wants a coach, and we're like, friend, you're an A-rated campus, right? Everyone wants the support. And we may say, guess what, we're gonna have these accountability meetings where we're looking at data every 2 weeks. And in those meetings, you share with how things are going, we're gonna share data with you, and we're gonna come up with a plan to support. And on top of that, we're gonna go visit classes to figure out what do we need to do to support teachers. Another example is we have instructional specialists for content areas. And what we'll do is we'll say, okay, this campus is a tier 1 campus. We need you to be there most of the time. Go in, support teachers in 4th grade. Go in, model lessons in 4th grade. Go in, their PLCs. Whatever it's gonna take to build capacity, that's how we kind of assign the different supports. I will tell you, at the end of the meetings, the question I say was, how does this meeting feel for you? Because it's new that we're having a formal meeting. Every person will tell you that they're pleased with the support. Every principal. And they're fired up. Met with one campus today that's not projected to be a B or A, and they're like, we will be a B next year. Like, that is what we're hearing from everybody because of the goals. And then also they feel confident in the supports, the differentiated supports that we're putting in place. Any questions about differentiated supports?
That's just added to what my question that he added, so you put a period on it, thank you. Who's the principal coach?
So we have 2 external principal coaches that we partner with. There's Debbie Grams is one, Carl Scarborough is like a retired superintendent who supports people, and then we have one internally, Miss Sands. And so, yeah, everybody wants everybody. They like fighting with the coaches. It's great. And then on top of that, McKay and I, we support principals as well. Any questions? Thoughts?
Awesome.
Yeah, it's great work. He's great.
Yeah, we see the results already.
Yeah.
so now this is the hard work, right? We've presented the strategy on the page to you. Four big categories. With every single one of those strategies, there is something, we call this a performance management action plan. We've looked at every strategy, which is paired up with every initiative, and we have broken down by month what our plan will be for the year. We said, okay, Jonathan Holbert, because you oversee behavior, you're the person in charge of it, get the plan in place. How are we gonna measure to ensure that we're having impact? What are the deadlines for it? And so we've done that with every strategy on the page, every little petal on there. And so this is kind of what it looks like, so you can know the work that we've done since when we presented it a while back. So for example, if you look up here, you'll see we have our goal, which is a board goal. We have the initiative that supports it, and then here you'll see the activities. So you'll see in April, this one's about HQIM. So Great Minds is gonna present, do some PD. And then you see a little green checkbox. That means it's already been done, and it's highlighted in green. It's showing that we're constantly managing these things because we value the strategies, and we wanna make sure that we're getting those outcomes. And so we've done that with every single strategy. And in our meetings at CIA, we're gonna constantly talk about these strategies, where we are, and is it having an impact? Down to the point where they're gonna even go up through some of admin council, where Mr. Toscano, Judy Burns, Steve, all of us are a part of it as well, because we value the instructional piece. And so we wanna all have our hand in that. And I think that's one of the powerful things too, with everyone being on board with the goals and what we're aiming for. So this is something that we've done, it's a lot of hard work, we're excited about it, but it provides clarity for CIA on what we need to be doing in order to support campuses so that they can be great. Any questions about that?
No, like I say, once all this is done, you're gonna rest.
We just getting started. Just getting started.
And beyond.
And beyond, and to infinity.
And beyond.
All right, good evening, everybody. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about priority 2 and what we have set out for this next school year. So I'm going to mainly be talking about recruitment and retention. So just to give a little bit of context to this particular slide, last year in 23-24, our retention rate for our exempt employees was 79.09%. Okay, for our non-exempt employees, it was 81.22. So our goal for 24-25 was 85% for both groups. So I'm happy to report we had some improvement, definitely. If you look at the end of that paragraph, at the end of 24-25, our exempt group went up to 85.26 from 79, below 80%. And then our non-exempt group went up to 85.74. So our goal for this next year for retention is 90% for all employees. We want 90% retention. So what we're going to do in personnel is we are going to be tracking this every quarter. So one of our coordinators is going to be looking at who we have currently on staff, who exits, and then create that retention rate every quarter. And then we will be giving that information to principals and department leads every quarter. I meet with the principals every quarter or monthly, depending on what their need is, and then I meet with department heads as well. So this will be part of our conversations when I meet with them. One of the things this year that I did do with principals is around January, February, they would start asking their staff, what is your intention for next year? Do you plan on returning? Do you not plan on returning? And it kind of gives us an idea about staffing for the following year. So one of the things that I did talk to principals about this year was when you get those intentions back, really pay attention to those people that are saying that either they're on the fence about returning or they're just saying they're not going to. It's a really good opportunity for you to have a conversation with them at that point and kind of ask what might be your reason for not returning. They come out and say, well, maybe they're they're not quite feeling supported, or for whatever reason, right? It gives a principal an opportunity to talk with that staff member, and it could be something, right, that in the next 2 to 3 months until the end of the year, we might be able to get that person to stay. Maybe they just need to feel heard, maybe they haven't shared something. So that was something that I did help the principals with this year. I think they did a good job with that. You'll see Legacy, of course, was kind of the anomaly this year. They were at 53%, but we know that that was through ACE. We did reconstitute that campus. You know, we had Harmony at 91% retention rate, Highland Forest at 89.5, Overcrest at 88. So hopefully we will continue to see improvements there and reach that 90% retention rate, really all the way across the board. And so we're going to do again, same for our departments, and really just having some conversations, really tracking about employees, like what are they saying, making sure that when they come in, that they're well trained, that their onboarding experience for auxiliary staff is really, really done well, so that way they can feel like they can perform well, and they also have the supports either from their like campus department leads or their actual department leads. You know, we use custodial transportation, either Elaine Taylor or Ron Jurek. And so you'll see technology did really well at 100%, as did maintenance and special ed.
Question.
Yes.
What are we doing in between? You're finding out why they're leaving at the end, or you're asking a question at a certain point,
Sure.
getting ready for the next school year. Are we doing anything in between to find out a feeling of what they're doing, whether, hey, I don't feel supported, no one's helping me, no one's talking to me,
Right.
I think I'm gonna go somewhere else, you know, why not intervene with that and engage with those teachers? This is something that's very near and dear to my heart. There are several things that are,
Mhm.
but keeping our staff happy,
Right.
employed, and wanting to come back year after year, get that revolving door out of here.
Right. So you're talking about before, like, that intention?
Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Form
Yeah, their
comes out.
intentions,
So I
correct.
would say, like, in the fall, I start having conversations with principals about staffing.
Okay.
And so at that point, we will talk through different scenarios that they may be encountering at their campus, whether is the teacher struggling, right? So why is that teacher struggling? So at that point, they'll let me know, and I'll kind of guide them through or coach them through. These are some things that you might want to have some conversations about. I would say our principals are really engaged with their employees, and they know their employees well enough to know. I mean, I just know them to say, like, okay, maybe somebody might be kind of off, or they'll even tell me in a meeting, you know, they were doing really well in September, but it's like the end of October, November, and I'm just noticing something's not quite right, so I'm gonna have a conversation. So they're a pretty good read on their
Okay,
staff.
good, okay.
And so I feel comfortable saying that piece.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right, so gonna go into the next piece, which is recruitment. Some of the things that I'm gonna talk about are actually recruitment and retention. And so, as I go through each of these, I'm gonna talk a little bit about the paid residency program that we've had over the last about 2-3 years. Talk a little bit about strategic compensation, talk about TIA, which we talked a little bit about TIA earlier in the expansion, and then talk a little bit about a system called Patience. So for our paid residency program, we started this work about 3.5 years ago through a grant with TEA that allowed us to have some partnerships with our universities. So the 2 universities that we started off with were UTSA and Texas A&M San Antonio. So we worked collaboratively with those universities, with a partner also through Region 20, a technical advisor, and really set up our residency program that was specific to East Central. So talking about what did our host teachers need, what was the criteria for a host teacher here in East Central? You know, what were we looking for in our residents? Really setting up systems in place to make it a success all the way across the board that would be beneficial, not only for us, but for the university and the students as well. So we have a goal for this coming up school was like, I wanna come back to East Central. So of course, we welcomed her with open arms. So again, we're currently working with UTSA and AIM. They were our initial partners. We looped in Our Lady of the Lake, last year, and we've been really successful with those placements as well. And so, our coordinator, Lori Doyle-Lampman, is heads, really works through our residency program. In the spring and in the fall, she'll go to the universities to actually interview these prospective residents. She spends anywhere between 2 and 2.5 days at the universities really vetting these residents. So from 8 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's back-to-back interviews. And so from there, she'll come back to me and we'll kind of talk through the individuals, the candidates, and then we select who it is that we want, and people don't get selected for free. They really want to come to these, and we're really excited about that. So universities are going to be moving toward this residency model. Traditionally, we did student teaching, which is about a semester, but they are now, it's looking like they're gonna move to a full-year residency. They may not all be paid residencies, they may move, some of them may be unpaid, but they are moving to this year-long model because they are finding that when teachers go into the classroom, they are ready day one. They start at the beginning, our residents came to new teacher orientation. They got all of the professional development that new teachers received. They do all of the training throughout the year. They're at Meet the Teacher, they're at Open House. They're a vital part of that classroom. They go through a co-teach training with their mentor teacher as well. And so it really prepares them just to be ready that day one for that next year. So we will continue this program, our goal of course is to continue to grow it. It can be sometimes a little limiting with our host teachers because they do also have to meet certain criteria. We have to look at their teacher evaluation, we look at their student data, making sure it all aligns, because that's also a requirement from the university as well. And so we will continue as we continue to get like these TIA teachers in. We're going to continue to see this trend growing. Another exciting piece of that is our first cohort of residents. This was their second year teaching. Next year they'll be in year 3. So after they finish their 3rd year of teaching, we can then start using them as host teachers if they meet that criteria. So it's just really nice to see like this whole thing evolve and come full circle, that they started with us as residents, and then hopefully next year we'll be able to utilize them as host teachers.
Where are we at today with teacher vacancies? Today,
Teacher vacancies,
how many vacancies do we have? We have 2. I was talking to a superintendent neighboring us, who's a very similar size school district. 2 days ago, they had 28. This is one of our best strategies for filling teacher vacancies with teachers who are ready day one that we developed in our system. And I don't know if there's any other districts, but at least this last year we were one of the few, if not the only district that had partnerships with all 3 of these universities. And we like to think that we've done everything we could do for them to view us as a preferred partner, giving us access, Ms. Lampman, to each of those prospective candidates first, and allows her to vet those and take the cream of the crop, right? So being able to hire 15 to 20 last year, and hopefully even a higher percentage this year, and even when they leave us, they realize, man, I want to go back, is a huge recruitment strategy for us. And so in this climate today, having 1-2 vacancies, we're on the right track. So we'll keep doubling down.
any questions on the residency program? So our next recruitment piece, actually we started this work late fall, winter, with strategic compensation. So this is another grant that we were awarded, that we were accepted into TEA. Again, not very many districts are part of this partnership.
There were one of 11, 10, 10.
So with this strategic compensation work, this year, as just to kind of ease in, we are starting this work with our principals for the 25-26
it's really exciting, because our principal has been involved in the process the entire time, so they've had a great say, in how it works, but 50% of their pay comes from student achievement outcomes. That was their selection. Actually, when we first came to them, we had it at 40, and they said, no, we want to be held to a higher standard. 35% of it is also around, instruction. So the effectiveness of them leading instruction on their campus, and that's, a majority of that is through their TPAS evaluation. And the last one around is campus operations, which also goes into their overall end of the year evaluation and some other metrics that go into it. So of course, how they get points, you can get up to 100 points. Essentially, total is what it gets to. It gives them a designation level, and depending on where their designation level is, will then determine what their compensation can be. So essentially, we're paying for performance over time, and so it's really exciting because not only is the North Star goals help, but also they see how when they get results, they actually can then earn more money in order to be able to do that. So the exciting part is, in our traditional model, you may be a 15-year veteran as a principal, but you get mediocre to below mediocre results, but you're still increasing in steps and you're getting more pay, but you may have a third or fourth year principal who's really making huge strides, but they're still way below what the one who's getting mediocre results. Well, this new model basically says when you get results, you get paid for that, so you could have a principal who's younger in their tenure earning a higher rate than maybe the one who's stagnant, but they're staying at that same level. So it's very exciting to be able to see that. I'll be able to answer. I'm just trying to simplify it as much as I can, but they get a scorecard. It's very clear. It's very transparent. So I've already done the end of the year evaluation, so they know where they stand, where they currently are at. So this year was the baseline year. So they can only increase if they went up from what their current pay would be to their new structure. If anybody was actually below, we kept them still, just said you got a year to, let's get it right for the subsequent year. So we're really excited. It goes from essentially the lowest level base pay, so to speak, is unsatisfactory, moves from there to progressing, proficient 1, proficient 2, exemplary, and then masters. To be able to get to masters, you have to have 2 years in a row of exemplary. So if you break it down like A, B, C, or D, masters exemplary or A, you look at proficient 2 to proficient 1, you're looking at around a B. You look at proficient 2 down to the progressing, you're looking at C to D, and then if you're D to F, you're maybe in that unsatisfactory range. The last thing is it's tiered by level. So high school or middle school or elementary, middle, and high. So technically you could have a very effective elementary school principal who's at the highest tier, master, who could earn more than a high school principal who's maybe at a very low tier because of their performance level. So it really incentivizes all levels to really accelerate. So we're really excited. And the delta, when we're talking about the difference, all we're doing is using the same pot of money. It's how we're distributing that pot of money. So the delta is very negligible. I believe it's total, if we hit the mark we're doing it this year, it would be a $76,000 difference when we pay out all of the difference that's in there. So it's really negligible when you start looking at the total amount. So it's really exciting.
But highly incentivized.
Yes.
Say you're rewarding.
Yes. Yep. And it's clear, we have checkpoints along the way, 5 checkpoints throughout the year, the formal checkpoints about where you're at. So you're always gonna know where you're doing. Our goal as coaches is to help them be successful. So we're gonna help them mine for the information and then help really push and drive that performance outcomes that we expect.
Who's gonna turn that down?
So go back real quick. So that's principles. This year we'll be designing the teacher strategic compensation framework to apply it in the subsequent years. So we're making the same shift in the way we distribute compensation for teachers. And it's going to be in a strategic compensation framework that we're going to give teachers a scorecard, give them a designation level, we're going to distribute their compensation based on that, and it'll no longer be tied to years of experience.
Right.
So again, in the future, you can have a third-year teacher making as much or more than a 20 or 25-year veteran, depending on performance. So again, incentivizing impact and incentivizing, hopefully, the best and brightest out there to education, preferably here in East Central.
I was gonna say, so what kind of year span, 5, 6, 8, 10, where you've got the best of the best?
That's right.
And
That's
we're
the goal.
moving forward.
That's the goal.
That's right. And it's this is a preferred model for the Texas Education Agency. So anytime TA prefers something, there's funding streams that come with it. And so obviously, us being in this pilot kind of sets us up for TIA 2.0. So the TIA is really exciting, but it's gonna allow us to use those dollars to support our strategic compensation deployment. And we'll be one of the first and few districts in the state to deploy this model, giving us an advantage for recruitment purposes and certainly retention. And this is a pathway for teachers to make 6 figures and stay in the classroom. And for us, it's no new dollars. It's just redistributing the pot of dollars, and a large percentage of those dollars are coming from the state, not local tax revenue. So we're trying to position ourselves to make chicken salad out of it and make the most with what we got and still fight and win at a very high level. So this is line of sight into where we're going, and we're really excited about it.
So next is TIA. Talk a little bit about that earlier, Judy's presentation. What we had is in 2024, we were very limited, right, in the teachers that could earn a designation. We had started this work about 4 years ago. That was a collaborative effort between personnel, curriculum, and the business department to make all the pieces fit together, right, to get to this point where we got to see those teachers get those awesome checks in May. Once we got past that, submitted our data, then we could expand. So for next school year, we're gonna have all of those teachers in that 24-25 column, plus all of the teachers in the 25-26 column. So with that expansion, we're gonna have about 52% of our teachers that are going to be eligible for a designation in 25-26, and that's an increase from 23% from this past year. So as we move forward, the team's also been working on continued expansion of TIA and what that is going to look like going forward. So what they're currently working on right now, and this is a tentative list, but this is going to be the next part of the expansion. These are going to be all of the teachers that teach these subjects will be eligible 26, 27 for designation. Okay? With that expansion, it's going to take us between about 95% of our teachers will then also be eligible for TIA designation. So that's pretty much everybody over the next 2 years as we continue to expand. Any questions on TIA? All right. And the last piece for recruitment is a system called Dations. So this system was brought to us by Ms. Burns. After midwinter in January, she came back and said she'd been to this presentation and heard all about this system that could help us with recruitment, help us get some information, really target specific groups, to give them information about East Central. So she brought us the information, we did some digging, Shane did some digging, and we started utilizing them March-ish.
Yeah.
Okay. And really, we were really trying to align it with our job fairs in the spring. We would have job fairs, and as a department, we were disappointed in the turnout. We were maybe averaging 40 or 50 people coming in to our job fairs, and we knew there were more people out there, but we would try social media, all the things, and we were still kind of stagnant with that number. And so when Judy brought this, and then Shane dug in a little bit, and we actually had a meeting with the person, what we found was that with this system, it's a data gathering system, and we can target specific certifications within a geo-coded area. So what we decided to do was we're gonna go 20 miles, was it, Shane? 20 miles. We let them know what areas, what certifications were high need for us. So special education, secondary math and science, pretty much bilingual, pretty much everything. So we give them this information, and they geocode 20 miles out, and they're able to hit, what was it, thousands?
Oh, it was 19,000 something.
So in this 20-mile radius, there were 19,000 individuals that live within this 20-mile radius that are certified, okay? March and April, we had a total of 62 people attend our job fair. This was before we started utilizing day shifts. We had a job fair in June and July, we had 201 total. So we were super excited, we were inundated, but we were happy. We were like, come on. And so from those job fairs, several letters of intent, we had several hires from those job fairs, so there was definitely benefit to utilizing it. We also know that we've got to get our auxiliary staff, right? That's another piece that we need to draw in. So we also used it for our custodial staff. So we did another little geocode and targeted individuals that were working maybe like in housekeeping, different properties like hotels. And again, we had a pretty big number in July of custodial, which they were then able to hire. We've also done geocoding for transportation, as well. CDL drivers, thank you. And so we've seen some return on utilizing this program, and the plan is to continue to use that, so that way, when we do have our job fairs, we can continue to kind of see that increased number continue. For this year, we're going to continue to strategically schedule campaigns. They're called campaigns when we do this year, things, send things out throughout the year to optimize our job fair attendance. And we'll definitely look at need, where our campus needs, where the department needs, and then we'll send campaigns out that way. Any questions?
That's like a 320% increase?
It's a lot.
Pretty substantial.
It's pretty substantial. Okay, all right, well, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, it's your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna go quick through this. This is, when we think about priority 3, inclusive collaborative partnerships, our aim this year is really we want to try to take our local communities and really bring them into the schools more and get them engaged. So we have 2 primary strategies that we want to use. I'll talk more about them here in a minute. But number 1 is getting a School Connect Cafe, and then number 2 is having a Love Your Public School event later on in the year as well. All with the idea that we want to gather feedback and how we can utilize the resources that are around and support each other in order to help our campus needs. And so it comes down to. So in the fall, we partnered, Mr. Toscano talked a little bit about this last time in the last board meeting. We partnered with School Connect, and they're a nonprofit organization. We're really excited. They've taken all of our principals and leadership teams through the training, and we're beginning to set this up. But each campus is going to host one in the fall, and it's about bringing the local community together to talk, share, and learn from each other about how we can utilize resources. But in an end, it's all in an effort to provide support for those campuses. So we look for torch bearers in each one of those communities. So we're looking for student leaders, school leaders, community leaders, parents, faith leaders, business leaders, and government leaders. Bring them all in this room, sit them in cooperative groups, through facilitated discussions, allow them all to share, and then make some commitments on what we're going to do to come together. And what we've seen in some of the areas of districts that have done this, have been some amazing things that it's come of it. Alamo Heights did this, and they had one of their middle schools had it there. And one of the things they recognized, they had a group of high-risk students who weren't coming to school as often, and they were having some behavior issues. Well, Incarnate Word is right down the street, where they happen to have somebody from the athletic department and from Incarnate Word said, I've got just a plan. So they set up, because of the school cafe, for football players from Incarnate Word to come and spend time and mentor those kids. And what they saw in the end is those kids started coming to school more often, because the only way they could get with the football players is if they were behaving right, coming to school. So that's an example as a byproduct of what this is going to be able to do. We're really excited about it. I've got a short video that will show you what happens there.
Getting kids a good education can be tough. Poverty, hunger, and frightened families put kids at risk. Teachers and principals have to battle incredible odds just to give kids a chance. With a problem this vast, we need a solution that is focused. School Connect has found a way, and it's not complicated. The resources that schools need are all around them, but principals and parents may have no idea what their community can offer. For years, people have tried to get by with what they have or who they know. School Connect helps people build relationships with schools in their neighborhoods. We network, train, and coach diverse community partners in order to form strong, sustainable partnerships that transform local schools. We're creating an infrastructure of support. If several organizations in the community find out that a local school needs more notebooks and they all make a generous donation, that school will have plenty of notebooks, but might also have dilapidated sports equipment or kids that need tutoring. What if those organizations could connect before they help the school? Together, they can learn the school's needs, take inventory of their combined resources, and then pour their support into that school in the most efficient way possible. We're not here to rescue schools with basic donations. We're trying to create relationships. The strengths and challenges of every school are unique. Real change comes when community members pool resources and rally to invest in each other. The School Connect collaborative model has already changed the lives of thousands of students. The problem is vast, but the solution is local. You can bring this collaboration to your own neighborhood. Learn more at schoolconnectaz.org. Getting kids a good...
So you guys will definitely be invited. We would love you guys to be a part of it, to sit at the table with kids and other community partners. So that's to come. I'm really excited about that. The second thing, as an offshoot of this, also through the School Connect, is to organize Love, our local public school event in the spring. So bringing these same partners together around some type of community service project that can be there for the school, again, to find ways that we can continue to bring in the community to see that they add value to what happens and bring that pride in their local school that's in their area. So it's around community, and really we want it to be aligned with what one of the needs of that school is at that time. So the principal will help be a part and play a role in what that may look like, and it's typically anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. Stories that we've heard is they bring in some food vendors, they have music playing, sometimes they bring in live bands to play while they may be doing things like playground cleanups, they may be painting, walls, they may be help decorating, classrooms, whatever that may be. So we're really excited about this. This is going to be something that we know is going to really launch us in our community engagement aspect this year. So,
Shane, I thought of two things, and I recall the Conversation Cafe.
Yes,
that we
ma'am.
had at the
Very
school.
similar.
And I thoroughly enjoyed that, and Evan enjoyed that, and the whole, the way that the model of that made me think of that. And then the other thing I thought about, especially after you showed the little video, is, we talk about it takes a village, we get to see that in a practical way.
Absolutely.
We get to see mentorship expounded. I can see why we're excited. It's really cool.
It's going to be amazing. We're really excited for it. We really, really are. We're very blessed. And we got a chance to participate in one that was for the entire city, but it was held by Northside. And it was just, the conversation was profound. I mean, we walked out of there we were inspired, but we also felt a sense of connection. We made some relationships with some pastors across the city in that conversation, but even nonprofits that were at our table. And Mr. Toscano and I had a chance to go, so it was pretty amazing. So we've had a chance to experience it too. So they're going to help facilitate this for all of our schools. Really excited. We're also going to continue on with our marketing. I know that you guys were aware of what we did last year. Our MarCom team got together and put together marketing packets and went around to all the new developments and provided about 100 of these packets. So anytime a family was interested in purchasing a home in that community, they got, the example would be that disc about all of our choice schools and some facts and information. So much so, one of our neighborhood school, or one of our new neighborhoods that came up, they actually took one of their rooms and went back and completely redecorated it into East Central after we went and delivered those packets as a result of it. So that's kind of an example of what it is. We've already had a couple of the builders say, hey, can you get us some more packets? We said, can you wait till after September 1st? Because we gotta wait till our budget cycle opens back up and we'll print some more. We'll get you some as soon as we can. We can get you some black and whites. We just can't get you the fancy color ones yet. But give us some time to get it there. So we're excited about that aspect as well as about marketing our schools to our local community so they know about us when they're bringing their kids in, and we want to become the district of choice. We want to be the preferred district. So priority 4, I'm gonna, Judy, do you want to talk about this one particularly? As Mr. T said, we're gonna go through this quickly. In our first arm in priority 4 is just around inventory management. We really have stood up some really solid systems about how do we track, monitor, and also consider our replacement cycles for our inventory. You can see that our current status, we've been at 100%, but obviously for us, knowing how we need to be fiscally responsible with taxpayer resources, we want to continue that. So our goal ultimately over time is to keep these things moving in the appropriate direction. So we're expanding it, making sure that all of our staff are trained in the appropriate, not only inventory management procedures, but also in our procurement procedures, and then also considering how we also look at our budget allocations and our replacement cycles. And then we're going to be tracking, as we normally do, particularly through our Follett dashboard, on our monthly, we're going to be doing that, looking at reports, on our active inventories, our circulation practices, and any adjustments or supports we need to be providing to, whether it's departments, campuses, or this innovates to the entire organization. We're talking about inventory management. It touches every aspect of campuses, to maintenance, to technology, to everyone that has any of our district resources. And our goal is to just make sure that we're maintaining those the best possible, and we've got cycles in place to replace if necessary.
Shane, real quick, on that first slide, what is Follett Destiny? There's 232,000 items recorded with 122.5 million?
That's our assets, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's how many items that currently right now are in the inventory management. That's the total amount of the assets that we have.
Okay.
So that could be Chromebooks. I mean, you can go all the way over to skid steers that we have over in maintenance.
Yeah, no. I was hoping it was assets, not stagnant.
No, sir. Those assets that we currently have that we're
Okay.
projecting. You want to talk about expenditures, Judy? You're probably going to do better with this one.
You want me to talk about it?
Yes.
I'll be glad to. All right. What we're going to do is we're gonna start tracking the percent of the schools on their budgets. And what we do now, which we're gonna change, is usually when I work on their new budgets, I tell them how much they have spent the current year on their budgets. But now we're gonna track it to where every quarter, they'll have an idea of how much they've spent, so that they can stay in alignment of spending their budgets. And also, I'm going to teach them how to read and work with the sender, where they're able to pull that up and know right away how they're doing as far as their spending. So they don't always have to depend on me. But then also, we'll be able to look to see actually how they're doing.
Yeah, with the goals, because we want them to be utilizing the resources to go back to their campus, right? If they've got money that's budgeted and allocated, the more they can use that money, the more the supplies and resources are going to their kids. And then you want to talk about teams, David?
The best one for last.
Yes, sir.
Coding is super exciting. Our goal is to get 99% of those codes correct. But the initial challenge for this is that if we knew the code was wrong, we'd fix it. So it's a hard one to kind of wrap our brain around. Is that okay to acknowledge? So let me start just by saying, like, the implications. A lot of these codes generate money for us. And so when we're wrong, we might be leaving money on the table. So we want to be really, really diligent about making sure that we're coding all those things correctly to get the information. Also, most of those codes show up in things like the accountability systems. For example, the CCMR coding is huge now for our high school accountability. So making sure that we get everything correct, not only does it generate money, but it also affects the campus's ratings. And so what we've started doing is having a system where the information systems team, they coordinate between those other departments. Those other departments have systems where they say, hey, how can we audit it all through the year? So we're not waiting to the end to see what went wrong, but all along the year, we're able to do that regularly. So a quick example, new last year was accelerated instruction. So that was a new code that TEA invented. They keep inventing new data collections and new codes to do, and so, this was a new one that we had to actually log, how much accelerated instruction kids who failed the previous year's testing, accrued. So we had to do that for every single kid in the system, who took a STAR test the prior year. And so we anticipated that that would be challenging, never having done that before. So we made that one of the new codes last year. And so all along the year, we were able to kind of spread it out. And so at the end of the year, we already had a system in place and a way to account for it, where it wasn't very painful for us to do it. Whereas if we hadn't done that, we anticipate that would have been a big stressor on our system at the end of the year, trying to account for all that accelerated instruction. New for this year is that CCMR code, where it's not new that we do it, but it's new that we're tracking it in there, because again, we know it's super important for our high school's accountability. That's a snapshot of what our tracker looks like. At the end of the year, they had looked at 12,606 different codes, and we had accounted for 12,533 of them, which is 99%. We had set our goal. When we looked at Q1, we were at 88%. Looking at, when we tried to verify, there was a 12% discrepancy. And then there's a little counter actually to the right. So like, if you look at Pecan Valley, they had 357 out of 363. They were at 98%, and it tells you how close you are. So they were literally one kid away from their goal. They're like one code in one program in one area. And so as they go, each program updates it, and then the scoreboard keeps updating. And so, and then each quarter, then we can kind of reflect on it. And then if you're not hitting the mark, information systems meets with them and helps them make a plan and say, hey, you were at 98%, you were one kid off. Let's talk about your system. Let's talk about the code and how we can improve that. Just trying to make sure that we have ongoing systems so we don't wait to the end to discover any problems. So that is all of our slides. And are there any questions of anything that we can clarify or help you better understand or add more detail to?
Overall, presentation, top notch, very good, very interactive. I loved it, it was good. Good. Thank you all.
The next item on the action is 6.1, adoption of the 2025-2026 board goals. Are we gonna be postponing that?
Yeah, Madam President, I would like to take the.
Okay. I have a motion to table item 6.1, adoption of the 2025-2026 board goals. Do I have a second?
So moved.
So I have a motion from Ms. Carrasco and a second from Mr. Santos. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. And then 6.2 is a resolution establishing a local school library advisory council.
Yeah, Madam President, before the board decides to take action on this, we talked about this at the last meeting. I'd like Mr. McKay to bring us up to speed on some developments in the last week. Some additional information we received from TASB regarding this. Mr. McKay, could you just quickly brief the board?
Yes, sir. We did that. Yeah, so we did have a chance to rally back with our TASB policy rep and just got some more clarity around the Slack. And what she began to explain is that districts that are moving to Slack it's being encouraged if they've had numerous petitions to have library materials removed. So we checked in ours and we've had none since this process has been into effect. In fact, she says less than 20% of the districts across the state would even be considering right now possibly adding the Slack as a part of it. But as a result of Senate Bill 13 though, there is in EFB local, which will be taken to you guys subsequently if we move in another direction. It still is required that boards are the final approver of all library materials. So it would still have to go through the school board to whether to accept or deny any of the procurement and or donations of library books moving forward. So we have talked about having a board policy review committee as a possibility of consideration. And one of the parts of this local policy would be is that there's a review process. So we're required as a part of what this policy, when, if you guys adopt this, down the road, would be is that we would bring the, library materials that are being recommended from the school librarians who are following all of the Texas, codes, all the new statutes, everything they would have. They would then go to you guys to take to the board policy committee to review all of those texts, and then you guys would have the decision of which ones you wanted to take more closer look at, which ones you didn't. If you wanted more information, we can get you in touch with the librarians. You can do that kind of work and then bring it back to the board, because it is required to come back to action the following. So we would be looking about doing this 3 or 4 times a year in a new normal cadence. If that was something that sounds okay to you guys, we would set that process in motion for you. So you have time to review the books, discuss them as a small committee, and then y'all then would make the recommendation of which books you would want to approve or ask. And then you would also get a list of what books are being removed from the stacks as well, or materials that are being removed. So it's not just procured, but also accepting the ones that they're eliminating from the stacks.
So in lieu of the slack, we would form, the board would form a policy review committee of board members. So someone would chair it, up to two more board members would be part of it, and we would work together with that committee to review the recommendations and then bring back to the rest of the board from the board policy review committee, here's our recommendations. So that's in lieu of slack, and that's the recommendation of TASB, because we've had 0 activity in terms of petitions for removal of books. The districts that have had tremendous numbers of petitions, they recommend that full slack, pass the resolution, form a community committee. We can always go to that. Okay, we can always go to that. So they're just recommending start with this methodology, and if you find it escalating, then the board as a body can say, hey, you know what, let's pull that resolution back up, let's amend our policy, and let's go the slack route. So we're gonna start. We would be in compliance, yes, we would.
Okay, and let me just ask a question, because I'm sorry disappointed, but I can understand, because I think it's a great idea generally to get feedback or whatever. I don't think we've ever been at a loss to get some feedback, so we can still accomplish that part of that.
Yes.
I guess the other part I was gonna ask was, will we be including some, feedback other than just board members on the committee? Would we develop a policy that says who will be on the, who will comprise the committee before it comes back? I know you said board members, and then bring it back to the full board or whatever.
Yeah,
So-
so the resolution for the slack spells that out. However, this alternative pathway, I think there's discretion.
You could have, let's say, you could have administrative support, you could have librarians, like the lead librarian could be in there to provide guidance if you have questions of it, that you could even have a
While
campus.
while it's not formally spelled out, I would say that the board policy review committee could determine based on the recommendations, if they felt like, you know, this is a questionable, these are some questionable titles. Let's invite some parents or some community members to participate, grandparents. So it would be discretionary as opposed to mandatory. Slack is very prescriptive.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, because I understood with this, people, we could choose some people outside of the parent. You had to have a certain number of parents, and I understand some of the, maybe some restrictions or whatever you will. And I know that the librarian and the teachers or whoever, admin people that were recommended would have a non-vote. That's kind of, they wouldn't be able to vote.
And I think-
So I can, okay, so
Sure.
I can work with, give me a moment, I'm stunned.
Yeah,
So,
so I think what they're saying is if you go the slack route and you've had 0 positions, you are now forced to form this huge
Yeah,
committee
I hear you.
and go through all of this, and you've had no concerns. So these people are going through a compliance exercise where there's no concern. The process that you have internally seems to be working. But now we want to add a layer to the process we've been using that gives the board a little discretion. So the board still has oversight, final approval, but along the way might say, hey, you know what? Let's pull a focus group in or a broader community group, because some of these recommended titles are
Yeah.
potentially something we wanna be more clear about. So now you're not forced to have this huge formal committee every time,
Right.
but you have the discretion to expand at any point as a board policy review committee.
Yeah,
And then based on the results of that
yeah. right.
review,
And
comes
because we
back to the
haven't
grade
had any
board.
concern, does not mean that we won't.
That's right.
The last thing you want is
That's
have a
right.
board meeting and have people wrapped around the building,
That's
out
right.
around,
That's
up
right.
to Pecan where I live.
That's right.
I don't want that. Okay, I'm good. I'm back.
Yes, ma'am. So, yeah, so we're recommending that, we continue the conversation with TASB and bring back to the board, a different pathway formally. So this particular resolution has, there's no need for that today, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so, Madam President, I request that the action item 6.2 resolution establish school library advisory council be withdrawn from the agenda.
I have a motion to withdraw this item 6.2 from Mr. Crosco. Do I have a second? I have a second from Mr. Gerhart. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Yes. So, the next item on the agenda is item 7, section 7, consent agenda. Do I have anyone that would like to pull something from the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'd like to pull 7.1 from the consent agenda.
Okay, so I have a request from Mr. Crosco to pull item 7.1 from the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Well, just before you act on it, this is the policy that spells out the amended language around forming the SLAC.
Slide,
And
yeah.
so we'll need to bring that policy back as well, so.
Right. Proposed policy, EFB local. Yeah.
Mr. Crosco?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. And I'd like to, let's see here, Madam President, I would like to table the consent item 7.1 policy EFB local.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Crosco to table item EFB local. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Santos. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is, section 8, executive session, superintendent evaluation.
I'm sorry, there's one more, no, it's consent, you just need to approve the consent agenda, there's one more item on the consent agenda.
Oh, I apologize, there is one more item. Do I have a motion to accept the consent